Hello, good evening, and welcome to another cast of my show, which is whatever you want to call it. Has no title, really. Continuation. Um, just got done cooking dinner for my child and my husband, and they are now chilling out, I guess, watching TV. Not TV, because we don't watch TV. I don't like TV, but they're chilling out right now. Um, Happy as clams, sort of. And I got my laundry done, and um, and I didn't have to work today, which is weird. But you know what? It is what it is. I don't know what tomorrow brings. I guess it's slow. I saw someone today that I work with at work, and she went to the stupid women's shelter. I don't know what she was doing there, but she had her work uniform on, and I knew it was her, and I recognized her car, but I didn't say anything because it's confidentiality. I guess you can't discuss things, whatever, because it's part of their crap. So I saw her, and she saw me. I didn't say anything to her. She didn't say anything to me. She just drove away, but whatever. It is what it is, and it's like I guess because it's a small community, so chances are you're probably going to see people that are in those circles. So I'm not sure why she was over there. Maybe she knows someone that's staying there or something. I don't know. At the shelter, I don't know. It's weird though, but whatever. I can't say she can't go over there, even though I don't like the shelter. But oh well. And also, I was doing my laundry, and this lady told me she's been living here for 6 years and she's had the same problem we have almost, that she's got mold in her bathroom. And she left a message with the manager, and the manager didn't call her back or nothing about fixing the mold that's on her faucet, I guess, in the shower. There's like mold growing behind the uh, the two the two faucets. So she bleaches it and scrubs it, but it doesn't seem to come off. It doesn't want to come off of the towel. So it gets brought back. So then she left message. She's like, they never called me back or nothing. And it's just weird. She was there. Since I was there when there was a fire. And yeah, it was my apartment complex was burning. She's like, yeah, I helped put it out. She's in the back. She lives in the back where the swimming pool is. Where in the summertime, where the potato lady likes to hang out, tell everybody to stay out of the pool, stop splashing, because it's gonna make her not be able to float like a whale she is. So anyways, I didn't want to involve talking to this woman because I don't know who I can trust. So yeah, she dropped a quarter down in the drain hole, I guess, in the floor. It was a laundry room, and she had to go back and get a quarter because she was one short. And I didn't stick around because I don't really want to talk to people around here because I can't trust them. You know what I mean? I don't know if I can trust people, and I have a lot to lose if I do trust them. So I just, it's done. And I still have laundry left over, but that's fine. That comes with the territory of being poor. So I have been at work, and it's been uneventful, I guess. It's pretty quiet around here, and they're still fixing that apartment. And it did drip a little bit above on the ceiling in the bathroom, but I guess it stopped. Oh, here. I don't know if you can see that. It's a picture of my two older children. That was them, and I think it's Hollywood Boulevard or something. Uh, they live in Fremont, and they're adults. So this is 18 years old, or these are adult photos of my kids. So those aren't children; those are adults. Uh, but I miss them, and they're gone. Last time I saw my one daughter I have, she we gave her a Jeep that we had. She didn't register the Jeep, and the car got impounded, and we had to pay to get it out of impound because it was still my boyfriend's name. And we ended up keeping the Jeep because she lost her driver's license and all, because her boyfriend that she had racked up a bunch of tickets, and she couldn't get her license back until she paid off all these tickets. And she didn't register the Jeep, so we had to take it back from her, and she hasn't spoken to me since. And I gave it to her as a gift because we already had two cars, and we ended up having to take it back and use it, keep it, because in the end we needed it, I guess, at the time when we got it. And then my crazy neighbor crashed her truck into it, as you know from the other story. Been kind of a curse buying a Jeep. Don't want to buy another one. But it's been pretty quiet around here. What else? Jeez. without pin notes, it's hard to think of anything. But I was watching this guy, it's so bizarre. This guy talking about sun simulators. It's like, wow, I must really be bored if I'm watching a video about the sun being simulated because I don't believe in that crap. I don't think it's possible to simulate a sun. The sun. I mean, look at the light behind me, right? You can't make a bright sun out in the sky. But it's just my opinion. Doesn't mean it's true. I don't know what people are capable of. I don't know. I mean, they're trying to crossbreed. Uh, is it like pigs and monkeys or something together? Whatever. That's stupid. And then let's see what else. Uh, I wish I had like another screen in front of me so I could like look at things. But I'll show you one of my VHS tapes that I really like. A bunch of tapes. This one, and I especially like it on VHS for some reason, even though I have it on DVD too. Yeah, I am kind of a hoarder, but I like it on VHS because it's more nostalgic than it is on DVD. Because DVD is kind of dime a dozen, but VHS is like totally old school, which is really cool. I don't know if anybody here likes VHS, but I particularly care for VHS. And one of my favorite movies is Dolores Claiborne, even though it's written by Stephen King, who does not like Trump, but that's okay, Not everyone's gonna like Trump. So, and it hasn't rained in a while, in a few days, and that's probably why I'm not getting any work. So, and I guess no rain means no snow up in the mountains. So people aren't coming up and they're not skiing or whatever. There's not enough fresh snow because it keeps getting all the sun on it and it's probably melting the snow and it's probably got ice mixed in it. Because I know when people ski on the ice, they can get hurt and injured, and it's better to have soft powder snow than it is to have snow with ice mixed in with snow and like mixed in. Because I've lived up mountains, because when it melts, it turns into this like icy mixture, and then it's got pine needles and crap mixed in it, and it makes it kind of like it's like it'll slice you, like if you slip and fall on it, and you get your hand on it, on the ice snow, it actually could cut your hand. Because I should know, because I actually almost cut the crap out of myself before when I slipped on it. And I don't like walking in snow because if there's black ice underneath the snow, you end up slipping and falling on your butthole, on your butt, and not butthole, but butt. It's happened to me more than once. I used to work in Bear Valley. It's about an hour north of Arnold, California. It's about, see, I think it's about 7,000 feet, 8,000 feet. So it's pretty high up. But I worked up there since I was like 13. And we kept going up there with my mom because my mom worked in maintenance. So we kept going up there. And I'd work bussing tables because that's all we could do. And in the beginning, because I wasn't old enough to get a work permit, I guess, or whatever, uh, we would trade our work to go skiing. And I could never understand that, why my mom's like, well, you need to work at Bear Valley. Come up work at Bear Valley with me so you get a free pass to go skiing. And we get the free pass and we get the skis and the shoes and all that, the boots, the big Voltron boots. And I'd go out there and I'd try to ski, and it would be really hard because I would end up wrecking. And I was like, this is not something I want to do. I don't like skiing. So I just work up there and I wouldn't even get paid. I just did it so my mom would slap me most of the time because she was like totally adamant about all of us working at that stupid ski resort. And a lot of them were rich people and they would have their photos taken and all that. It's like I didn't have a pot to piss in a window to throw it out of. I don't want to watch people. Yeah, I hated bussing tables because the rich snobs would give you dirty looks when you were picking up the tray. I remember I picked up this tray that was in front of this guy, and uh, some of the stuff fell off the tray on accident because I was trying to dump it into the trash because I had the trash bin with me that had wheels on it, and I was trying to grab it and then dump the food into the trash, and then put the tray on this little rack thing that they had, and it ended up falling over, and this ketchup fell on the dude's lap, and he got really, really pissed off, and he yelled at me, and I just pushed the cart away and was like, "Oh, this sucks, and I'm not even getting paid for this. This is all for a stupid free ski pass." And then a year later, I finally was able to get a work permit where I could actually start getting paid to work, and I still bus tables. And it was really crowded in there, very hot. They had the hand warmers, glove warmers, and it really stunk in there like 30 feet because of the glove warmers. And it was they only had carpet in there on the floor in the cafeteria, so the cafeteria like smelled like mildew. But later on, they figured out to put tile in there. But then the problem with the tile was is people would slip on the tile with their ski boots, and they'd fall and get hurt. But I did that for a few years until I was like 15. I did the bussing the tables, and then my mom was doing maintenance, and then she worked the ski lift too. She eventually was promoted to work the ski lift, and and then I ended up in the kitchen, getting to work in the kitchen, and I made salads and tacos. It was a taco salad bar, tacos and salads, and I remember people waiting in these long lines to get the food, and we'd serve it to them, and then some people would pass out because they would be out in the snow, and then they'd come into the warm cafeteria in the resort, and then they would pass out and fall and hit their head on the tile. Just kind of weird, but a lot of people would do that, and they would have to call the nurse to come get them, and they'd have to be in the nurse's station. Just kind of weird. And that was back in 90, I think it was 92 or 90, it was 93. And that's where I met the father of my two oldest kids. I just showed you my kids that are now adults. Here's the pictures of them as adults. See, yeah, my son, he's a big A's fan. He loves A's. He's always been an Oakland A's fan. He's been going to Oakland A's games since he was a baby. And my daughter, she likes whatever her brother likes. For the most part, they like the same things. But they live in Fremont, and they were basically raised ghostly in Fremont for most of their lives. So that's the way it is, right? But anyways, remember what I was telling you about my parents, which is like more of a exciting subject, I guess, in Oakland A's, which is just baseball. But I was very supportive of my kids when they played baseball, or when they were in baseball and they go to A's games. So I guess we're all Americanos. But my dad was never into sports. My dad wasn't really into anything but going to work and being controlled basically by my mom all the time. So, oh well. I hate talking against my dad, but talking about it kind of makes it feel better, but it's kind of disrespectful too because I don't really believe in disrespecting your parents. But my dad's gonna end up eventually dying and being ashamed of on the other side of not living his life and allowing his life to be controlled by my mother. And he's controlled by her right now. I mean, just because he's not coming to visit his grandson, he's not visiting me, he's not visiting anyone. He's just sitting in that cold house that they have up in Dorrington, and it's got ghosts in it because my dad used to conjure up spirits with a spell book. And he sees ghosts. He sees like ghost of his dad and stuff. He sees ghosts of little kids. He saw a ghost of a patient of my mom's that was hospice. My mom used to do hospice care, and a patient of hers died like a year ago, I guess. And my dad said the ghost of the lady visited him and was talking to him and stuff. And I don't know. I mean, I kind of believe him, but I kind of don't at the same time. But I know I feel a dread when I go to their house because there's those spirits that still live in their house of the stuff that my dad used to conjure up. I mean, there was a lot of negativity in our house. Just my just because we had to move up there to that county because my dad wanted to move, so my mom would stop drinking. My dad said he thought if he moved us away from our other house that my mom stopped drinking, but it didn't do any good. She just drank just as much, if not more. She just found different places to go to, different bars, and she got banned from a lot of bars because she went to a lot of bars, and she was, whining and crying because her mother died because her mother drank herself to death, and then she got sick one day, and my mom took her to the hospital, and she died because she had cirrhosis, and seemed like my mom punished us every day of our lives because her mother died, and she hates her dad because her dad loves sports and he doesn't put up with her crap. He doesn't like the way she is, I guess. It just and he wasn't a very good grandfather either. He just because he didn't like my mom, he didn't like us. He didn't care about us too much. And half my siblings are mentally handicapped, and that didn't help either. And my parents, they only have my oldest sister's got 3 kids, and then my other sister's got 2 kids, and I have 4 kids. So they don't have that many grandkids. Like their oldest son can't even carry on their name because he doesn't have any kids because he married a woman old enough to be his mother. And then my other brother, he's retarded and he doesn't have any kids and he lives in board care home. And his girlfriend that he had before, supposedly his girlfriend, was trying to use him to get a baby so that she could attach his social security so she could get money. And that was very uh, messed up. And it happened to my sister too, my youngest sister who's schizophrenic. Some guy was going to use her to get her pregnant so that he could take the baby away from her and him and his mother could raise the baby and get her social security. So it happened to both of my siblings. But thank God that didn't happen. And thank God my sister's older now that she can't get pregnant because she's a lot older. So no scam artists can try to get her pregnant, steal her baby away. So, and then that, like I said, that happened to my brother too, who's mentally handicapped. Some girl tried to trap him and get get him to get her pregnant, then take his social security. And that was messed up because he doesn't even know my brother didn't even know what was happening. He just thought she liked him a lot and she was just trying to get pregnant so she could take his social security. And her mother was in on it, trying to attach his social security. And we didn't find out about it until he told us that that's what was going on, and that was put a stop to because the board and care home director basically cut off the relationship and said, no, that's not appropriate. Trevor's on for Trevor. My brother's name's Trevor, and he screwed up. Yeah, it is messed up. So, yeah. I mean, I think because my dad used to dabble in the occult, I think he probably put a curse on his children, the ones mostly on the ones that are mentally handicapped because they can't seem to get their lives together, that their lives are cursed and they're board and care homes. I personally, I would rather be dead than be in a board and care home. If you've ever lived in a shelter of any kind and had somebody telling you what to do, when you can eat, when you can sleep, when you can eat, telling you have to go to meetings and that kind of thing, sucks. I couldn't imagine being in a board and care home 24/7 or most of the day and having people tell me what to do, like the child. That's why um, I thought it would be better just to sleep in the car than sleep in a shelter because sleep in a shelter, you got to put up with their crap. And the only reason I stayed in the shelter is because I had a child. But for me, myself, no, because I hate shelters. Because if they decide they don't like you or they don't, whatever, for whatever reason, and they make you drug test, they can manipulate your drug test to turn up positive so they could throw you out of there. And I can never do that again. That's what motivates me to go to work is I don't want to ever have to go through that again. I, I'd, I would rather shovel dog crap every day of my life, tons of it, than ever live in a shelter just so I can earn enough money to not live in a shelter again. You know what I mean? But my dad used to play with spell books, and it was a really old book, and I think he had a couple of them, and he told me I didn't want to say the name of the spirit because it'll probably give it a draw attention to it, but my dad said the name of the spirit's name was Raphael, and he said it was an avatar or something, and it would it would this is ridiculous. You could fly over the world. You just use the power of your mind. You could fly over the world and like control things and go anywhere you want and like control people's minds. That's the kind of stuff that my dad would dabble in. And I didn't know that till I was a little older what he was doing. And in the meantime, me and my siblings were being haunted by demons constantly. Uh, what kind of book? I don't know what kind of book it was called. Uh, but my dad gave it to me. He gave me the book because he told me that the book wasn't working. It was when I was an adult. He gave me the book that he had, and he had it wrapped up in a towel. And I was having trouble uh, with my um, first kid's dad. And I thought, well, if I play with this stupid spell book, maybe I could make things go the way I want them to. And it didn't work. All it did was just make things worse. And maybe that's the whole idea is that these things called Raphael aren't here to help you. They're just here to make things worse for you. And they probably enjoy your misery. They enjoy more bad things happening to you. And they like you feeling desperate and turning away from God. I think that's why there's these stupid spell books because people get desperate because God isn't going to fix your problems instantaneously. So people want instant gratification. So they look for cult books and they look for Ouija boards and they play with it. That's what I think is happening to people is that's what's happening. And that's why people want instant gratification. They want to turn into they want to be transgendered and all that. They don't want to wait for God to answer their prayer. They just would rather transgender. You know what I mean? But I have a whole novel of crap that my parents did to us when we were kids. And I hate being disrespectful. And I've told psychiatrists about this crap, and they told me that I wasn't the one who was crazy, that my mom actually needed to get in the shrink chair and actually talk about it. And every time I see my mom, as rare as that is, she always tells me about, you remember when you guys turned me in and called CPS and told them I was abusing you guys and how you made up those lies about me? And she's saying that as she's handing me a chocolate chip cookie from her oven. And it's like, yeah, I do remember when we made up the stories. Sure. And then I have to agree with her because I don't want to get backhanded with damn spatula, right? I'm kidding. But it's just like, to this day, she still believes that she's innocent. And um, she said she wanted to go down to the child welfare services and go get the file that they have put away or whatever, stored away of the original case that was used against her. Instead, she wants to burn it. She wants it off the record. Oh my God. It's like, it's like, mom, you have to own up to some of the stuff you did because of your actions, your kids got taken away from you by CPS and we got put in foster homes. You know what? The foster homes we got put into were worse than where we came from. You know, we almost got molested in one of them because the guy was a total pervert. The first home okay, this happened in like 1986. We got taken away from my mom, and because my oldest sister told my mom, and then CPS was called, and then CPS took us all away, and then they interviewed each and every one of us, and all of our stories all matched up, and so we all got separated, different foster homes. We all ended up first in an emergency foster home that wasn't that far away from my parents' house, and about a week later, they split us up into different homes, and me and my two sisters ended up in one home, and my sister and my older brother got put in a different home together. And the first home we got put into is a guy that had a nice house, and we found out from another girl that just left that house that the guy was pinching her butt and slapping her butt, and she told on him, and then they removed her from the home, and then that was the home they were going to put us in. That's the home they put us in. Was the guy was a pervert. And I remember the social worker drove me and my two other sisters to the foster home, and she told us the name of the guy, the uh, John Elder and his wife Nancy Elder, and they live in Copperopolis. And she drove us down there and said this is going to be our new foster home for however long, I don't know. And I wasn't scared or anything because I was, a little older. I was like 12. and I wasn't scared. And we got there, and I told the social worker, I said, "Are you sure this is a good idea that you're taking us to this guy's house?" Because I said that this one girl that was staying there said he slapped her butt and pinched her butt. And she goes, "That's not true. Don't ever say things like that about him. He's a nice man." And then I said, "I don't want to stay here." And she's all, "Well, you have to, because if you don't stay here, I'm going to put you in juvenile hall, and you're old enough to be thrown in juvenile hall. You're not a little baby." So we went in there, and then immediately the stepmother, or not stepmother, I'm saying, the foster mother was extremely rude to us and very standoffish. And she was like in her 70s or 80s. And so was her husband. And he was extremely friendly and very huggy and kissy. And that to me is weird. You know what I mean? It's like, you're not my dad, and that's not my mom, especially not my mom. And anyways, they did the paperwork or whatever, and it's like blah 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 blah. And he told us he had a Atari game system. Like, cool, he has an Atari, so that way we can play games and stay away from us. And he gave us a tour of the house, and there was 3 bedrooms in the house. And he goes, "Okay, 2 of you are going to end up in a room downstairs, and one of you is going to end up upstairs." And I go, "Okay, cool. I'm going to roommate with my sister, and then my little sister pisses the bed. She could be in the room upstairs with him." And he goes, "Oh, no, you're going to be upstairs here with me. That way, if I need anything, I can check on you real easily." And I said, "No," I said, "I'll stay with my sister. Teresa, my little sister who pisses the bed, can sleep in the room upstairs next to you." And he got mad. And I said, "Well, because I'm scared, and I want to be with my sister." So, anyways, me and my sister got the room downstairs, and then my little sister got the room upstairs next to him in his wife's room, and she peed the bed. And it was so funny. And I was like, "Stupid idiot." And they had like tons of candy and food and cookies and shit. We were just totally pigging out and eating all this crap, because we never got that before, because my mom never let us have any cookies or any candy or anything. And we were just totally just macking and pigging out. It's like, wow, this isn't bad as long as they don't touch me. And I told my sister, I said, "If you touch me, I'll punch him in the face." And she's like, "Yeah, me too." So I said, "That's why we're going to share a room. That way we can look out for each other just in case he does anything, because I'll tell on him." And she's like, "Yeah, me too. I'm going to tell on him too." So he didn't do anything because we were together, so he couldn't get us alone. And my little sister was pissed in the bed. It pissed him off, literally pissed him off, because he had to wake her up in the middle of the night to make sure she would pee so she wouldn't piss the bed. And so he wasn't turned on by her because she was, pee in the bed. And she's schizo and crazy, and she like hears voices. My little sister heard voices and stuff. You know what I mean? And anyways, we were just, being kids or whatever, and it was my birthday. And we got to call our parents like once a week, kind of like a visit, but not a physical visit. You just get to call your family. And I just told my dad about on the phone about the guy, and my dad said he called the CPS people, Child Welfare Services, and said that they needed to remove us from that home, otherwise he was going to kick that dude's ass if he touched one of his kids. But before we got removed, though, oh my God, this all the kids in the neighbor, we had to ride the bus to get to school, and we used to get the house egged all the time. So these kids would come by and egg the house, and the foster dad would get mad, say, "Why are they egging the house?" I'm like, "I don't know. I don't know why they're egging the house. It's just weird." And the guy never did get to touch us, but I remember I did mess with the foster mother a lot. I used to say, "I love you, foster mother," and she'd be like, "Eh." But I said, love you so much, foster mother. We know you're not doing it for the money. You're just doing it for the love, right?" But they had this oldest girl that used to visit them, and she'd come to the house, and she was an adult, I guess. She grew up living in their house as a foster child. She's come by and visit them all the time. And she liked to sleep in the bed between the two of them overnight. And I'm like, that is creepy. And that's part of the things I told my dad on the phone. That's when he threatened CPS and said he was going to kick the dude's ass if he touched one of his daughters. Then they got us out of there the next day after the phone call, and they moved us into even a worse home. They moved us into a home where the lady flat out said that because you guys are here, we can buy a new car. Um, and she told me that, I was gonna babysit because she had, like, 4 or 5 kids that she babysat, and she said I was gonna have to do all the babysitting, and I'd have to do all the chores around the house and do exactly what she said, and if I didn't do what she said, that she would, throw me in juvenile hall, and she told me that if I, uh, spent my own birthday money, that she would take my money away from me and not let me have my money, and that was the only thing I had was my birthday money from the pervert. He gave me a lot of money. He never touched me though, but I took his money though, and he bought me a brand new watch for my birthday, and then we ended up in that home with this stupid lady who said she was just doing it for the money, and we got oh god, it was disgusting. Like the baby and stuff would like throw dog food inside the cereal boxes. The baby would be playing with the cereal boxes on the floor and throwing dog food in there. And I remember my sister ate a bowl of Cocoa Puffs and there was dog food in it and she threw up. Oh, so gross. And they let the little brother, the brother that they had there, the son, do the dishes. And he didn't do the dishes right. And we all got sick because the mother was too lazy to do the dishes. And she let him do the dishes. And it's like, I told him, I said, let me do the dishes. I don't want to get sick. This is so gross. And she just made it clear that she was doing it for the money, just straight up for the money. And we got all got sick. We all got the stomach flu. And I remember I was waking up in the middle of the night throwing up all the time. And my little sister Trina woke up in the middle of the night and she freaking threw up all over me. And the foster mother got so pissed because she goes, "How dare you throw up all over my bed?" She's all, "That was me and my husband's bed. How dare you throw up all over our bed? We gave up our bedroom for you so you'd have a room. You threw up all over my bed." And my sister was like really deathly ill. And it was just really disgusting. And I remember watching the movie La Bamba when I was throwing up. It was like on VHS and they'd rented it from Blockbuster and the movie was playing. I remember throwing up while watching La Bamba. Oh God. And it's like, this is terrible. This is absolutely terrible. And we did end up getting out of that foster home and it was the best day of my life. And I'm like, I'll take any abuse from my mother over this crap. You know what I mean? It's just insane. And my other sister, who was in a different foster home, uh, she didn't want to come back. And then she ended up living with my aunt and uncle in the Bay Area. And then I ended up going over there too for some reason. She said she wouldn't live with her uncle, my uncle, unless I went to stay there too. Oh, it's just insane. I'm so tired of being loyal to people and getting burned every damn time. You know what I mean? And I lived in Alameda with my uncle for 3 months, and they treated me like total dirt. You know, they treated me like a stepchild or something like garbage. And it's like, it's my own uncle, and he treats me like garbage, total freaking garbage. But all my dad's brothers all lived in Alameda, California, and this was all 1987 and 1988, you know. And I went to this school, and I had a hard time making friends. And then I made a few friends. Like, I made friends with this girl that was Chinese, I made a friend with a girl that was black, and I had a friend that was Mexican, and everything was okay, I guess, and, you know, I rode my bike to school or whatever. I had to go from Alameda to Oakland and ride my bike under the bridge, and, it was fine for, like, a couple of weeks. I didn't have a lot of friends, I had a few friends, and we had to dress for PE and all that, which was awkward, I guess, but it was alright 'cause no one bothered me at first, and then, my other uncle who owned a, limo service, um, he decided he wanted to drive me to school, drop me off at school in a limo, and, he dropped me off, right in front, and, not shortly after that, I started getting threatened, and these thugs were breaking into my locker, and, this girl told me if I didn't give her my backpack that she would kill me, and she said she had a knife and she was gonna stab me because she said I was rich and she was gonna break into my house and all that, and I said, "Well, if you do that, my uncle said he'll shoot you because he has a gun." And that was pretty scary, and this one boy, uh, got beaten so badly by these same bullies that were picking on me. They beat on him so bad that they, threw his unconscious body in a bush, and the police came and there was a report taken, and the kids that did it to him, I guess he was too scared to tell on them, so they didn't get caught. So it was the same people that threatened me, and oh god, it was just insane. I was scared every day because they kept saying they were gonna stab me when I was gonna go on my bike and go under the bridge. They said, "If you go under the bridge, I'm gonna stab you until you give me all your money. I'm gonna stab you and take all your money." And I didn't tell my fat um, aunt about it because she didn't believe me anyway, and she didn't like me that much. She only cared about my sister Tressie because my sister Tressie's a stinking con artist, stinking welfare queen. Just all she cared about was stuff and getting everything. And I only did it as a favor to my sister. And anyways, I rode my bike every day in fear, and I'd go to school and ride my bike or scooter or whatever, and I'd be scared that somebody would be there to kill me or something. And I'd get to school, and then I never had anything in my locker because they'd break into it. And every time they break into it, they wouldn't find anything. It was totally empty because I couldn't keep anything in it because they take it. But they knew I had a backpack, so they'd always have me. This girl, my first period class, she would say, "Give me your backpack," and then she'd steal whatever was in the backpack, like my lunch or whatever. She'd steal it. And then she'd throw the backpack at me again. And I never told anybody because I was scared. And then, see, it's even making me nervous just talking about it. And And then when I would go to PE, and it was really scary because those same girls and the same people that hated me because they thought I was rich, would threaten me in the locker room. So I would get dressed in the stall in the bathroom. And I remember I was getting dressed in the stall in the bathroom because I was really scared. And this girl kicked the door in on me, and she started shoving me and slapping me and stuff. And she told me to get the hell out of the locker room because she was going to do a lot worse than that if I didn't get out of her face. So I went outside after I got dressed, and then I stood on my number because everybody had a number. You had to stand on your number, your assigned number. It was like a dot with a number on it on the ground and wait for the teacher. And I remember them laughing at me and saying that they were going to kill me and I was going to get stabbed. And a few days later, I remember this girl, one of the girls that was a bully, she said that she wanted to be my friend or something. And she started being really nice to me. And she said she was so sorry about what's happening to me. And she believed me and that um, she wanted to help me or whatever. And she's like, "Let's go for a walk. Let's talk about what happened. Maybe I could talk to the other people and see if they can stop picking on you." And so, anyways, we started walking. We walked over to where the bike rack is, where my bike was. And I saw these group of kids, the ones that were threatening me before, and they were trying to pull my bike off of the bike rack. And they couldn't get it off because it was locked because I locked it. And I was scared because I saw them and they all surrounded me and they started shoving me and then they pushed me on the ground. They all started kicking me and stuff. And one of them said they were going to stick me with a knife. And then they grabbed my backpack and did their usual thing. And then I had my watch on and they tore my watch off and threw it out in the road. And they started shoving me and pushing me and stuff, and kicking me. And there was boys there too doing it too, kicking me and stuff. And they told me to get the fuck out of there. Or they said they were going to do worse. They said, "Get the fuck out of here now." And I remember I had a black eye and all that because they hit me really hard. I got hit by a boy, and I was scared out of my mind. And I got on my bike and I pedaled home fast as I could. And then my aunt saw that I got beat up, and she said, "Who did this?" And I was too scared because I want to die because this other boy got beat up really bad. He ended up in the hospital. And I said, "I don't want to talk about it." And then she forced me to go to school the next day and go to the principal's office and tell on those kids. And the principal was black, and he took their side and said that I must have done something to cause them to beat on me like that, to beat me up and pick on me and stuff. The principal sided with them, and so did my aunt. She sided with them too. She said that I must have said something to start the fight. And I said, "I don't even know who these people are. I've never even met them. I just know that they don't like me." And then it never went good after that. I just wanted the fuck out of there. I told my aunt, I said, I just want to go home. And that's when my parents came and picked me up and brought me back, and I went back to my regular school where I came from, and I told the kids at my school about what happened, and they were like, "Oh my god, that's insane." And it was I don't know if it was racially motivated or what, but it was completely insane. And it's weird because the same year that it happened to me, it happened to my boyfriend. He got threatened with a knife too when he was going to school in Fremont, and these guys threatened him with a knife and took his parka and took his I think it was his watch or something, took that and said they were gonna stab him. I just don't understand. It don't I don't even wanna talk to my fat aunt ever again. I'm completely scarred from it, and my stupid uncle tried to friend me on Facebook. It's like, "You know what? I still have unresolved issues with you because you never tried to make it right what happened. You made me feel unwelcome." You know what I mean? And my uncle, he had money and stuff. I didn't care about the money. And he owned a 76 station at Alameda, and I used to go down there and do work for him and, like, sweep and stuff, his shop. And I remember he used to like to race, and I helped him paint his race car and all that. I did nice things for them, and they still knifed me in the back. And he goes, "The money he said I would earn money going to his gas station, helping clean up and stuff. And he goes, that would be money that you could earn towards your Hawaii money because we were gonna go to Hawaii." And I earned a bunch of money because I was working there almost every day doing work for him. And anyways, when I told him I wanted to go home, he said, "Well, that's fine. You can go home." But he goes, "You can't keep that money that you earned for Hawaii. You have to give it to your sister." So I had to give it to her. And then she went to Hawaii with them. So whatever. And I have an issue with her too. She's a scumbag too. So you know what I mean? It's just insane. I don't know. I mean, it's the story I told is typical. Everybody has problems, but that really scarred me, and I don't really want anything to do with my uncle. And he moved to Idaho. He moved out of the Bay Area long time ago, but doesn't change anything. Doesn't change a thing. He never tried to make it right. He never tried to and he ended up his stupid wife ended up divorcing him anyway because I knew she was a vain bitch and she never cared about me. She only cared about her stupid daughter, and her daughter smelled like crotch anyway. Her daughter, Deanna, she smelled like crotch, little spoiled little brat. But I had some good memories there. I remember watching Dirty Dancing. It was on VHS. I remember riding my uh, rollerblades to go to the video store and getting Dirty Dancing, the movie. Do you remember doing that? But I remember doing that, and that was one of the nicest memories I have. And I can probably never ride rollerblades again because my ankles are screwed up. But I bought a pair of rollerblades. I think I showed it in another video. The rollerblades, and I have great memories of. Oh, it's funny. You moderator. I did that on accident. My hand slipped, and it ended up putting you as moderator. AVL on accident, and I was like, "Oh crap! I did that on accident." Even ask if you wanted to do that, and I was gonna take it off where you didn't have to do that, but I'm like, "Well, that's kind of mean too, to take it down." So I left it. I'm like, "Yeah, why not? It's fun." You know what I mean? But I have unresolved issues with my uncle, and I don't know if I ever want to talk to him again, and that's fine because I have a bunch of uncles I don't talk to. I have my mom's mother. I'll never see it. I'll never see her because she's 6 feet under. And I'll never know if she was a good person or a bad person. All I know is that what my mom told me about her. So that was terrible. That was just absolutely terrible. And just my dad and his whole family is just ugh. He has this half he has this son from his first marriage that he totally walked away from. I don't even know if you feel pissed off or weirded out or what. I mean, if it was you, how would you feel if you had a half brother you never met? And because your dad walked away from him because it was too painful. I couldn't stand having to visit him and uh have to go back and forth and have him cry and all that. He was so upset when I'd have to take him home. It's like, boo freaking who? It's still your freaking kid. That's so mean. And I don't blame him for taking my dad's last name off his name because you know what? My dad didn't earn his trust. He totally betrayed him and left him. So what if he was crying? He was a baby. You shouldn't have left him. You should have still been his freaking dad, no matter what. No matter what your ex-wife had to say or your stupid wife that you're with now, which is my freaking mom. It's just messed up. And I didn't have any say so. Just totally walk away from your freaking kid. It's weird. Yeah. And then I have a aunt and she's hella weird. She never liked me. She always treated me like crap. She always tried to say that I was a bad influence and stuff like that. It's like, bad influence? I don't even drink, you stupid old hag. She wears like orange nail polish. She has like a Butch Dyke haircut. She was like the first lesbian looking witch. Her car smelled like freaking mothballs. She lived in Alameda. She I rode with her a couple of times in her car, and her car smelled like mothballs. And I was like gagging on the mothball smell, and I almost died. You know what I mean? It's disgusting. I remember I went with her and my brother, who's retarded, because I was visiting my uncle Paul, who owns a bike shop, and my aunt offered to take my brother to go see a movie, and my brother said he wanted me to go too, because otherwise he'd be bored or whatever. And I didn't care. I was like, I could hang out at the bike shop all day or whatever, but I ended up deciding to go, and I ended up choking to death on the mothballs in the car on the way to the movie theater. And we went to go see the movie Roxanne. Remember the movie Roxanne with Steve Martin, which I like a lot now, minus the memory of my stupid aunt. But I like that movie. And I sat in the front of the theater so I wouldn't have to listen to her talking because all she does is talk. She talks to the whole freaking movie. All she does is talk, talk, talk. Even if she doesn't like you, she still stinking talks to you. So annoying. So I sat in the front of the theater, separated from her, and then she sat there and talked to my brother Trevor, who's completely crazy. Like he's like half brain damaged, and he's not even listening. He's just like staring at the screen with his mouth open, while my aunt's sitting there yapping and yapping and yapping. Just and I'm looking back and I'm laughing. I'm like, oh my god! But at least I got a free movie. I don't have to sit in the shop all day. And then we went to lunch after that, and she really didn't want to buy me anything. She just wanted to buy my brother lunch. But I'm like, dude, I'm like your blood. You don't want to buy me a freaking hamburger? God, what did I do? Why do you hate me so much? God, it's like a walking mothball. But she lives in Idaho too. It's like all my family's all moved to Idaho. Now I don't want to move to Idaho. They've ruined it, you know? But my all my family moved to Idaho. One of my uncles died, and I hate the fact that he died with me not forgiving him because he was such a dick. But you know what I mean? His name was Larry, and all my brothers' names are all Tom, Dick, and Larry, and we still have to say every Tom, Dick, and Larry. So funny. But my uncle Larry, he was kind of like Burt Reynolds. Like he had like a really weird attitude, just just always sarcastic and stuff. And my mom couldn't stand him because he was kind of alpha male. My mom hated him. My mom tried to kill herself because my uncle Larry came over. He used to drop off presents at our house all the time. He used to bring like old clothes and stuff from his stepdaughters and dump them off at our house. And my mom, he came in the house one time because I think one of us let him in. And my mom said she was gonna blow her brains out with the rifle because my uncle was there. And my uncle knocked on the door because she locked herself in there, and he told her to use her big toe. So funny. We were laughing because we were by the door too. I don't know. I have a problem with all my uncles. They're all screwed up. Maybe not my uncle Paul though, because all he did was run a bike shop, and he didn't really mess with me that much. He was kind of neutral, and he's kind of a neutral bald guy. And all my uncles are all bald as hell. So I don't know. Is it bad to not want to be friends with your uncle on Facebook that friended you, that totally traumatized your ass? It's like, dude, you're a retard. You actually allowed your sneaking wife to allow people to kill me, you know? And then she ended up divorcing you later on because she married you for your freaking money because she knew you owned a damn freaking uh, gas station in Alameda because you're so freaking rich, right? Yeah, the big legacy of the cucks. You know what I mean? So stupid. But yeah, now he lives alone. He's all sad and everything. He's like, where else am I gonna find myself a big old fat loudmouth bitch? I don't know. Go find a women's shelter. Go find another wife. But I'm glad he divorced her because she was such a witch, and she never cared about me. I saw her ugly ass on Facebook. It's like, what a joke. I can't believe I actually even went down there and actually stayed down there as a favor. And she like bought me all these clothes, and everything. I'm looking at her like, what do you think I am? Like a materialistic little bitch or something? And she wanted me to go to church and all that. So I went to church, and then she's like, you don't sing loud enough. You don't participate loud enough. You need to volunteer more and stuff like that. It's like, oh my God, you're such a retard. That's why I didn't like church. I'm like, "You made me hate church. Stupid, fat Connie King, con artist king." She was such a fat butt that she would pour Coca-Cola into a pitcher and drink it even though it was flat because she was such a fat butt. Her and her daughter were a big old fat butt, and her daughter smelled like CROTCH, and that's why I say she was Dirty Deanna because she smelled like CROTCH. And that song, by Michael Jackson, "Dirty Diana," I said "Dirty Deanna" for the crotch because she smelled like crotch, but so funny. I don't even know what to say to these people. I don't know. They all oh my god. They should have been born with no brain because they would've been better off. Because then I wouldn't hate them. But it's just so messed up. If my parents weren't so messed up, I probably wouldn't even had to live with my uncle, and I wouldn't have had to be in a foster home, and I wouldn't oh my god. Where do I start, right? And my parents live in the middle of Timbuktu, and it's haunted, and my mom lives in total denial that she ever did anything bad to us. She has no relationship with any of her kids. She cries and whines about her poor little mother, and she has, like, one jacket left of hers that her dad didn't sell in a yard sale, and her mother's buried in Glenwood, California, and I'm supposed to feel really bad, about this, but I don't, because I don't give a shit. Personally, I don't give a crap. It almost would feel better to not give a crap about any of my family because it's too much of a freaking nightmare. You know what I mean? I swear to God. I mean, they hate me so much they probably kill me and harvest my organs. They hate me that much. My own aunt hates me that much. And she only wants to talk to me so she can talk because nobody else wants to listen to her talk because all she does is talk about sneaking Time magazine or something, some stupid retarded crap that she read. She's an idiot. She's a moron. And I'd like to tell her that too. And she tried to say that I influenced my older sister to smoke weed and use drugs and all that. And I'm like, I didn't make her do anything. She's an adult. But she tried to put it all on me. I'm like, dude, I don't even smoke weed. I don't even inhale. I never inhaled. I don't even do drugs. But yet you said I made her do drugs? You're such an idiot. You're such an old mothball. It's like, why do you hate me so much? It, it's just, oh God, I hate that. Oh, I hate her. God, oh, I wish my whole family was like a trampoline because I just jump on them and smash their faces all at the same time. I just jump on the whole trampoline, just bam, 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 just smash them all. Because I don't know which one to smash first because I hate them. I know hate is such a strong word, isn't it? It's such an evil, strong word. I just, oh, oh, I don't even know if they're even worthy to even go to hell. I mean, where are they worthy at? Were they worthy? I put up my Christmas tree too. Did you all put up your Christmas tree? Yeah, because I still believe in God and I still believe in the tradition of allowing my child to have some kind of happiness, even if his grandparents don't visit him and don't call, and they don't come and visit my other son that doesn't live with me. He doesn't live with me. He lives with his dad. It's complicated. Um, I don't even want. I have I have another son. He's 12, and let's just say he was made during the time that I was single after my first relationship ended and I was living in an apartment with my 2 kids, and I ended up getting pregnant with somebody that I just met, and it was an accident, and that was 12 years ago, and he doesn't live with me because his dad's mother, got an attorney and made up a bunch of crap about me and got my son taken away, and the judge ended up siding with them because they have more money, and my son lives with them full time down in Los Angeles. and it's terrible. It used in the beginning, I used to cry a lot and I mourned him like he died, and they wouldn't let me have, visitation with him, barely. It was all supervised. But after a while, I started to accept it, and, they moved down to Los Angeles with him, and, I hardly ever see him. I see him once every 6 months, and he's, like, kinda disconnected from me, but I have, like, tons of photos of him when he was a baby and stuff, and I bought tons of stuff for him, and my 2 older kids loved him to death, and when they took him away, it's kinda like they took away him being my son, but I have to accept it, and my youngest son, he doesn't understand, you know, but the deal was is I made a mistake, and I made a child with someone I don't even know, and that was 12 years ago, but they ended up punishing me, because they wanted to keep him full time, and they didn't wanna have to share him, so they ended up taking him, and I don't wanna fight with him because I don't have anything left. I don't wanna take what's left of my sanity and what's left of my spirit and keep fighting with them because I did go to court with them a lot, and I fought them, and I kept appealing and appealing, and eventually they got the move out order where they could move out of the area, and the judge granted it, and now, uh, to visit him, I have to drive to Bakersfield to pick him up and keep him for a few days and drive him all the way back to Bakersfield. And I begged him, I said, "Can't you just, like, move to Modesto or something?" And they won't do that. I just like, that's just so hard. I mean, we're poor. We're poor. So, I'm just so used to having my heart ripped out of my chest, literally. I mean, I begged them, I said, "Please just do half custody." That's all I ask. And they wouldn't do it. They wanted full custody. And it was mostly his mother that was, doing this. Uh, they lost a house, paying for all the attorney fees to make sure I didn't have my son. And, it hurts. And they still live in the area I live in, his grandparents. But his dad, they moved down to Los Angeles. And my relationship with him is very awkward. It's very disconnected, but I remember he used to spend every waking hour with me when he was a baby, up until he was 6 months old. And then his dad found out he was the dad, and because welfare made me report it, who the dad was, otherwise they said they wouldn't give us any, health coverage. And from there, his mother went nuts, and because she got stars in her eyes, I guess, like empty uterus syndrome, and told me that she was gonna give me $20,000 to give up my son and just walk away, and she said, "You could have other children, just let me buy my grandchild." And I couldn't do that, and she's like, "Well, I'm gonna get a court order and make you do it." And I'm like, "You can't do that, you can't just take my son away." I said, "He's just a baby, he's never been away from me, you can't just." And she said she has an attorney on retainer, and it was awful, it was awful. And eventually I just gave in and gave up because I can't win. I don't have the money. I don't have the money. I don't have the money. It was all about money. I didn't have the money to fight him. If I had the money, I would have totally ripped their freaking tongues out, but I couldn't. And it's too late now. And I'm not going to uproot him from his home. And he's used to where he is. He gets everything he wants. Uh, they're rich. Um, he's got rich uncles and all that. They can buy him whatever he wants, you know? All I can do is maybe buy him a $10 gift card at Walmart or something and give it to him, and that's it. But they can buy him everything he wants. Anything he possibly wants, he can have it. And he's 12 now, and I doubt he wants to live with me because he's not gonna have crap, I guess, if he lives with me. He'll have to tote himself around being around a stupid housekeeper compared to someone who sells fake vomit online, which is what his dad does. He sells fake vomit and cards, freaking playing cards. Really? That's a better parent, right? He's better than me. All they have is more money, and they pray to God and all that. It's like how can you go to church and pray and praise Jesus and all that, knowing you took my son away from me and you're not letting me have hardly any time with my son, and I didn't do anything to deserve what you did. I didn't do anything to merit you taking my son away. And yet they go, "Kumbaya, Lord." And it's so fake and phony. Oh, it just pisses me off. Just pisses me off. The extent that people can punish other people who haven't done anything wrong. I almost feel like the president. It's like, what did I do that merited such hate? What did I do? I mean, I don't understand it. I don't know. I don't know. And yeah, you're talking about LA's turning people to the dark side. I could never live in Los Angeles. I can't. If anything, I'm moving north. I'm going up north. I am not going south. I'd rather live up north because it seems like the people up north have got they've just got their lives together more. I can't live like that. I can't live like that. Plus, I don't like being crowded. I don't like being crowded where I'm at now. But I know where my son is, but I just hope he's happy where he's at and they're not harming him in any way and they're not talking against me and stuff like that, trying to make me out to be a really bad person. Uh, I've done everything I can. Yeah, and I made a mistake. I had a kid with someone I just met at a party, and it was an accident. And I had him, and then he didn't know he was the dad until 6 months later because he left the country, and I couldn't find him. And then I was able to find him, and then they DNA tested him, and he was the father. And then his mother went nuts and decided that she wanted to keep my son full time, and she threatened me with an attorney and told me she was going to give me money to give him up, $20,000 to give up my son. And she told me, and I told her no. And then she said that she was going to get an attorney and make me give up my son to them and make them keep him overnight, maybe permanently. And she told me I could have other children. I just can't understand people like that. You can have other children. Well, so can your son. He can have other children too. What limits it to just me? It's like, that's not fair. Oh, God. Yeah, it's hard to forgive because it's not quite over yet. It's not quite over. He's got 6 more years of his life till he's an adult. In the meantime, I have to pretend that I'm not affected by this, that I'm not mad and I'm not upset, even though I see his grandparents sometimes, and I can't say anything because I won't say anything because I don't wanna ruin what I have with my kid because they have attorneys and they can take it away what little I have. You know what I mean? And I don't wanna say the information I had about him that I heard from other people because when I told the courts that, they didn't wanna hear it, they didn't wanna listen. They just wanted to only follow what they said about me. For some reason, they were biased and they were only listening to his side, never listened to my side. And it's like, I didn't do anything wrong. You just don't want me to have my son. Just because I'm poor, I can't have my son. And I said, I'm working and I'm doing the best I can, and I can't have my son at least half the time. It's just insane. Yeah, he is wanting to know the truth because he has asked some questions, and I told him, I said, I fought as hard as I could to get you back, but I couldn't get you back. And now I don't want to uproot you from where you're happy. That's what I told him. And he kind of accepted it, but he still doesn't understand because I'm not going to talk against his dad to him. He can find out on his own about what happened. If he wants to, he can dig up all the case files and read them. They're not pretty. You know what I mean? They're not pretty. They're not pretty. The stuff that was written in them is not nice. It's stupid. The stuff they wrote about me is horrible, and it was just all used against me. And I do have a bias and a hatred towards the justice system, especially when I went to jury duty, and I was screwed over in court because I wasn't given any justice. They just took my son away. And no, I don't have any faith in the justice system. I think it's flawed. I think it's crap. I think it's garbage. And I think the people that are innocent end up getting a raw deal, and the ones who aren't innocent end up getting away with everything. That's what I think. It's just terrible, isn't it? Just how people can tear you in half, just tear you in half. But you know what? I've come to a point where I've accepted that my son doesn't live with me. There's no extra bed in my other son's bedroom. There's no extra plate at the table. Um, there's no uh, present for him under the tree because realistically, he doesn't live with me. And there's no just none of that. It's all I have left. And the rest they kept. They took away from me. And they're making calling all the shots on for him, and they're letting him watch Freddy Krueger movies and all that other thing when he was a little kid, little baby, basically. They were letting him watch slasher movies, stuff I wouldn't let, my kids watch. You know what I mean? It's just and it's not my decision to make because if I rock the boat and I say anything, guess what? I lose more time with him if I say anything. So I don't say anything. And I don't like the fact that he's allowed to watch uh, movies that are for adults, that are inappropriate for kids. I don't like that. But what can I do about it? Nothing, because I don't have any money to fight them. And all they have to do is make up more stories about me and then get more stuff taken away from me. And I don't have the strength to fight them. I don't have the energy, the strength. You know what I mean? It's just not fair. But you know what? Life isn't fair. That's what they say. And they go to church every Sunday and they pray and they, whatever they do, and they go to their church lunches and dinners and stuff, and knowing that they've stolen my son and they think it's okay. They justify it. They say that it was fine that they stole my son. And they probably telling everybody that I was a deadbeat and a piece of crap and all that. That's why his mother's never around. You know what I mean? That's probably what they tell people if they ever ask. They probably say, "Oh, she's a scumball. She's a housekeeping scumball. She doesn't make any money. She's just a dirtball, and she lives in the ghetto." Yeah, should I do live in the ghetto, right? So if they were gonna prove it, they could prove it. I don't even know why I talked about my son. He's 12, but I do miss him. But there's not much I can do about it. And if I think about it too much, I'm gonna get real upset. That's why I push it back, and because it's not healthy for me to talk about him and talk about the stuff that happened with him. Because when I look at him, like when he does come visit, and when I try to hug him, he's like very stiff because he's never around me that much. And it's sad because I remember I used to hold him when he was a baby, and he was never stiff. He was always very, very loving. And now he's just kind of like a stranger. But it's just what it is. But I'm glad he's alive. I'm glad he was born, even if it was a mistake and it was a stupid thing I did. And I did it because I was lonely and I didn't have anybody. And it's just a shitty world. And there's just a lot of selfish people out there that like to hurt other people, all in the name of their selfish, greedy lifestyles. But I'm just glad that he's got grandparents that care about him and they buy him everything he wants and all that. And that's what they wanted. They just didn't want me around. They just wanted everything for themselves. And I'm just I don't know. I'm just glad it's almost over and I can finally close the chapter on that book. Just like anybody else, if something bad happened, you just can't wait for it to be go away. The main parts of the pain to finally subside, and you you get to an understanding where it's like okay to not be mad anymore and not feel angry. Like when you see those people, you don't get angry more. You just don't feel anything at all. You just realize that they're monsters and they're never going to change, and that you just take the scraps that they let you have. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was my mistake. I made a mistake, and I guess it was for a reason, right? I just feel sorry for the woman he's with now because she doesn't realize what a monster he is. Him and his family, they're just evil, and he's probably told his new girlfriend that I'm a scumbag, and that's why I don't have my son and why he lives with him. So that's fine. Whatever he wants to tell his girlfriend, that's fine. That I'm a scumbag and that's why I don't have my son and why he lives with his dad full time. So that's life, right? But at least I have my youngest son, who's a sweet little boy, and he loves me, and he does what he's told, and he goes to school, and he loves to play video games and stuff. At least I have him to hang on to. 'Cause if I didn't have him, I'd probably I don't know, I wouldn't have much. And yeah, when my son got my 12-year-old son, when they took him away, initially he was only 2. When they stole him away from me, he was 2. Because they'd been working on it since they found out that that was their grandchild. They've been working on it every day, trying to take him away from me. And they finally succeeded when he was 2. They finally found enough evidence against me to take my son away from me full time. And that was 10 years ago, but whatever. And I had my new son that I have now. He was born in 2010, and he's basically filled in that space in my life that I needed to not feel really crappy. Like uh I just remember the father of my 12-year-old, who's 12 years old now, telling me that when he took him away from me, he thought I was gonna, you know, kill myself. But I said, "No, I'm not gonna do that. That's the cheap way out. I'm not gonna allow you." I just said, "I'm not gonna let this defeat me. That you stole my son. Uh, there's always there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. And if I had done that, I wouldn't have my son that I have now." So, and he basically, like I said, my 9-year-old, who's now 9, fills in that space that I needed filled, because if I didn't have him, I don't know where I'd be. I wouldn't really have a reason to wake up in the morning knowing that my other son's removed from me. It's just, I mean, and look at it. There's people that kill their freaking kids, right? And then there's other people that would give their right arm to have a baby, and there's people that would give their right arm to not have a baby. I just don't understand it. Life is weird, isn't it? It's very weird. I'm so used to people burning me. Just when you start to trust people, they end up burning you, and they end up stabbing you in the heart. Literally, it sucks. Just be careful who you have kids with, because if you're not careful, you're gonna either get your heart broken, or you're gonna have your kids ripped out of your arms, and it freaking hurts. Freaking hurts to have your child ripped away from you, your little baby ripped out of your arms because some selfish jackass doesn't know how to say no to his own freaking selfish mother. I can't stand it. And then she's got 2 other, kids. One of them's gay, and the other one's straight, and his wife just had a baby, and she's got another grandchild or whatever. And it's like, "Okay, you have that new grandchild, now give me back my son, please, you nutcase. Just let me have my son back." But that's not gonna happen. And you know what? Deep down, she knows she's wrong. She knew she was wrong morally by getting that attorney and stealing my son away, just so she could be selfish and have him all for herself, so she wouldn't have to go through me to plan her schedule to visit her grandson. She wanted all to be her decision, when and where and why and how. And that's not fair and not right, because I'm his mother, and she's not his mother, but she acts like it. She acts like it. They just disgust me. Just, you know what I mean? But I don't carry that around with me anymore. I've, kinda like, Vietnam, where you get over it. People that, they finally let it go, to the memories of the PTSD. They finally have gotten past it. They remember it, they never forget it, but they finally got past it, and they don't keep reliving it and letting it keep eating away at them. I kinda look at it like that, just because 'cause I've met other people that have had their children removed from them, and, Yeah, it's pretty bad. I met a woman that she had her newborn baby taken away from her because she lived in this really bad situation in a house that didn't have hot water, and I guess somebody called CPS or something, and then CPS told her if she didn't get hot water in the house that they'd take the baby away, and for some reason she didn't get the hot water put in, and because the owner was a slumlord, and she screwed up, and CPS took the baby away and didn't let her have her baby back, and she could only visit the baby, and then somehow CPS got it to where the child could be adopted out because it was a baby, and her baby got adopted out, and um, she has a restraining order, and the adoptive mother doesn't want her anywhere around the child, around the baby. And I felt so bad for her because she can't even be around her baby at all. Like, she can't even be around her baby. And someone else adopted it, and the adoptive mother doesn't want her anywhere near the child, even though she knows the child lives in the same town she lives in. Oh, it's just awful. I felt really bad for her. And that was at a PTSD meeting. And I went to the PTSD meeting because I had to deal with my son being taken away. And there was another guy there. He had PTSD from, I think he said the Iraq War or something. He has PTSD. So, and I have PTSD from my son being taken away. But I've finally gotten over it. And so now when I see him, I just know that he's disconnected from me, but it's okay. I don't expect him to be connected to me. It's just how it is, and he just mostly plays with his little brother when he comes and visits. He usually just plays with his little brother, and they ride bikes or whatever. And I don't try to get too emotional around him because he's he's just kind of got his own life. So I just let him. I'm just allowing him to bond with his little brother instead, and that's fine. And when he calls, he mostly likes to talk to his little brother. Then he likes to talk to me, and that's fine. It's just what it is. I can't force him to, change and be more close to me. I can't. I can't make that happen. And you have to accept it, right? So, yeah, that was terrible. The lady who got her baby taken away. I couldn't imagine having a restraining order, permanent restraining order. It's just, oh, it's terrible. And yeah, I just felt really bad for her. I'm like, at least I can visit my son every 6 months, you know? You can never see your baby. And I couldn't imagine it'd be like to have your baby and then have CPS take the newborn baby away from you. It's awful. And then you can't even see the baby because there's a restraining order. Um, yeah. So I really appreciate you guys watching, and I didn't know this was going to be the subject matter with my 12-year-old son, but he is important. He's a very important person in my life, no doubt. Um, but he has his own life, and I can't expect him to want to be in my life if he's got his own life down in Los Angeles. But I'm just glad he has everything he needs and he's not being abused or um, anything like that. And he's gonna have a good life. And all I can say is I just miss um, wanting, being his mom, but I can't. I wasn't allowed that. I wasn't allowed to have that. That was taken from me. At least I can say my two older kids. I was allowed to raise my two older kids, and I did get to experience raising them, which was great. Except for my daughter, she was kind of a pain in the butt, but she wasn't that bad. But she was a little difficult, but not that bad. And if I had to do it again, I'd do it again. Um, at least they're adults, and hopefully they're happy and doing the right thing. But uh, I would like to contact them, but they've got their own lives too, right? Yeah, it sucks when you have adult kids and they don't talk to you barely, but you can't make them. Child stealing is a big business. Yeah, it is. That's why I say I feel really bad for that lady, for having her baby taken away. I couldn't imagine. Oh my God, and it's her only child. Ugh, I'd be scared to have another one because I would leave the area if I was her. If she's pregnant again, I'd get out of the area. I'd get out of this county, this area. I wouldn't give birth to any babies in this county. I'd go somewhere where it's safe. They're not going to take your baby. Yeah, so oh, it was terrible. And she seemed pretty strong though, but she was pretty upset at the same time. It was almost like a Highway to Heaven video, just people with PTSD. You know what I mean? Just terrible. Human trafficking. What's what's about the human trafficking? Oh, you mean people crossing the border and they're trafficking the kids? Probably. Because people don't value their children. They treat them like cattle, some people, and they don't care, and they just have more kids. That's sick. Sick. Sick, sick, sick. So what other channels are you guys gonna watch? 'Cause I notice a lot of people like us don't have that many views. It's kind of funny. And I'm too lazy to set up that D Live. I'm too lazy to set it up. Pretty much like too lazy to do crap. I'm not motivated, you know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. I'm no angel, but deep down I know I was right when it came to my other son. That I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything. I mean, they when I did have visitation with my son, they had a private investigator spying on me, taking photos and stuff and videos and following my car around and following around people that knew me, and they didn't find anything, but they were still tracking me and stuff because they wanted to make sure, and when they got the move out order, that they had enough dirt on me to where they could get the move out order, move out of the area, move to Los Angeles. Yeah. Yeah, it is hard to find good channels because a lot of it's boys putting makeup on boys. I know I keep saying that, but when you look at the Streamy Awards, it's all bizarre stuff. It's all evil. It is. It's all evil, immoral garbage, stuff that you don't even wanna watch. It's very selfish and stupid, and that stuff gets honored in this country, I guess. People find that interesting and they wanna watch it. I don't wanna watch it. That's why I don't cable. I'm not watching that stuff. It's total trash. I don't want my kid watching it. I mean, it's bad enough that he has internet and he watches these stupid channels with, these selfish kids that are overprivileged and, uh they do role playing and all that. They try to dress up as adults and all that. I don't know how to feel about that or those stupid video games like that. Stupid stupid Fortnite. I guess all the kids are all into that stupid Fortnite, and the women are just I don't know the the animation on that is just kind of inappropriate and just the language and stuff. It's not realistic. It's like, "What are you gonna do with your life?" "Oh, I'm gonna take a hatchet and I'm gonna tear up this building with a hatchet and put imaginary walls up with something out of my hand." That's not, like, realistic crap, and that's what kids are watching. It's just all stupid. It's all pretty stupid. I remember when I was a kid, we used to go outside all the time and build stuff and we actually had to go places to have entertainment. We didn't even have games like that. Would we have, like, Pac-Man? That was about it. Retarded, and we had, like, 1 TV, and, like, I couldn't watch we couldn't play, Pac-Man very often because my parents were too busy watching TV. So and it was only when you're allowed to, use the game system. Do you remember that? It was like a fire button and a toggle. That's all it was, and it was only you could only use it when your parents weren't watching TV, and when they were watching TV, you couldn't play Atari or Nintendo or whatever, you couldn't play it. But now kids are like, "Eh, we got, like, 5 TVs, there's, like, devices all over the whole house," right? Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. We are losing supporters, that's right, because nobody cares about our channels. Nobody. Nobody gives a damn. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about anything. You try to tell people real life and they don't care. All they care about is instant gratification and how to put lipstick and eyeliner on and how to uh, or how to be more selfish, get more clothes and more everything else, you know? It's just stupid. Most people are stupid. Yeah, and I did start out my channel with the Oroville Dam thing because the reason why I started that initially was because I was from Oroville, California, and my dad worked at the state park over there, and we used to go swimming in that lake all the time. And in a certain sort of way, I made that video because I always dreamed about going back there, living there. And then when I went to visit there, uh, it really wasn't any better than where I'm at now. It's just as economically depressed as it is here. And it's like, and my boyfriend doesn't really want to live there anyway, so he'd be unhappy living there. And then I would feel bad about making him live there with me when he's not happy being in that town and it doesn't mean anything to him. And then still not having anything. And I'd hate to be happy being there and then him being unhappy. And then what if something bad happens and there's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Just it doesn't work out. And then it's like the last memory I have of being there, physically being there, is constantly fighting about money. It's like I don't want to fight about that. I'd rather just keep the memory of that place positive instead of some big negative thing like it is here. Like where I live right now, it's really super negative. Just every memory I have here is like really super negative. It's all revolved around uh, my boyfriend's ex-wife and then my 12-year-old who was 2 years old at the time that was taken away from me and it was in this stupid town, the stupid courthouse where all of it happened, where I end up having jury duty all the time every year. I get jury duty every year, and I have to go in that stupid courthouse where the stupid judge took away my son, and then I have to have jury duty and serve as a juror. Makes me sick, and I hate jury duty. By the way, I hate jury duty. And I unregistered a vote, which I did painfully because I thought if I unregistered a vote, that I would be off of the registration for jury duty. And they told me to go. It doesn't matter if you unregistered a vote. If you have a car registered in this county, you're still going to get picked for jury duty. They go off of DMV records, and I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm so sick of this. I get it every year. I get a summons every year. God, I'm so sick of it. It's like almost every October, I get a new summons that I have to appear, and it makes me sick. It's like, why? Oh, God. Yeah, I hate jury duty, and I know that's unpatriotic, but I hate it. I hate sitting there and hearing people cough and fart and breathe hard and whispering to each other and putting their bookmark in their book and chatting and then the attorneys chatting with each other and stuff and looking at you and staring at you and stuff. It's like really annoying and boring, and I'm not even getting paid. It's almost like jail. It feels like almost like jail. And they go, "Good thing you're all here because otherwise we'd have a warrant out for your arrest." And it's like, this is really pleasant. And you have to sit through this court thing, and yet Hillary Clinton still isn't even in jail. But yet I have to sit through jury duty, and she's not even being punished with jury duty. Yeah, I got PTSD. Right. Sure. They're not going to listen to that. No, the judge even said he wasn't going to listen to anyone's bullcrap for excuses. You know what I mean? The only reason I got out of jury duty in the court, they picked me as juror number 4, which is really annoying. And I told them the reason why it wouldn't work out for me being a juror in the case was because I said I don't believe in the court system. I think it's flawed and I think it's retarded and I think it's biased. And I got a raw deal when I went to court and I lost my son based on lies and based on the other person's money. So, and he dismissed me, and I'm like, good. Now I want to get out from under it. And I unregistered to vote the same day. I went down to the Hall of Records and I got unregistered vote, and the lady told me, oh, you can't get out of it because they'll still go off of your DMV records and still make you have to serve. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I get a summons every year. I'm so sick of I have to show up every stinking year. I have to take time off work to go sit in this room for like 5 to 6 hours and wait while they put a wand up your ass so you don't have metal on you, so whatever, right? Because of Ellie Nestler, who shot the dude that molested her son. You know what I mean? It's just sick. This whole thing's sick. Yeah, say it again till they give up. Oh, that's funny. Either that or fake a seizure or something. I don't know, but they're not going to buy that. They're like, you didn't swallow your tongue or anything. So they just pick you up off the floor and throw you back in the chair. They don't care. They need the warm bodies because there's so many cases of people that are doing stupid things in my county that it's like people will sue each other over nothing, and then they want a jury to decide over it. Yeah, I've never been dismissed. I've always had to sit in that room for hours and hours and hours, and it's so long you're actually falling asleep in the chair. And then when they call your name, you're like barely awake. You're just sitting there for like 8 hours. And, oh, you heard your name, and you get up. You go, oh, what? Repeat that. What was that? You said, oh, oh, yeah, yeah, I know the light is green when it's time to step on the gas. Sure, yeah. And then the attorney goes, okay, you're gonna sit in juror number two. I'm like, no, no, no. I meant to say red. I meant to say red. No. Then you got to answer all these questions, and your ears barely work. My ears barely work, so I can't even hear half of what they're saying. And I'm going, okay, yeah, sure, yeah, whatever. Just get me out of here. That's what they're gonna do. And I live in a small town, and when you live in a small town, you get picked every year. And it's the same ladies that you see every year, and they have their knitting needles and their yarn in their lap, and they're just waiting it out while I'm sitting there smacking my head against the wooden chair in front of me because I can't stand it. I can't stand sitting in that room all day. Everybody's happy and chatty and stuff. And they got their little lunch packed, and it's such a cute little occasion for them. But it's not cute for me. It's not cute for me, right? How many of you have had to serve on jury duty and actually enjoyed it? I don't know. Have you ever heard anyone say they enjoy jury duty? Has anyone ever actually said, oh my God, it was wonderful. I love sitting there for 7 hours and then got picked as a juror. And then I had to sit there for another 2 hours. Yay. And then I had to be there for a solid week presiding over a case that said, someone said, oh, he broke into my garage and stole my power tools. And she said, no, I didn't. I don't care about your stinking garage. I'm not going to preside over that. But yet, you're a captive audience, right? Oh, you like jury duty? Good. Then you need to change your name to my name. That way you can serve in the jury duty, right? Then I don't have to do it. And I'll give you like $100. I'll give you $100 to serve on my jury duty, and then I don't have to be there. Right? I would actually pay money to have someone else do it for me. It's like, and I'm poor, and that's how much I don't like jury duty. You know what I mean? It's really stinking boring. You know, it's like having to watch, I don't know, sitting through a seminar or something. It's really boring. And you're like, okay, I'm not even smart enough to be in the room in here, but yet I'm in the room. Great. Sounds me. It's like saying I'm going to hire you to be a rocket scientist and you don't even know anything about rockets or anything. And I'm like, okay, if you say so. Just, I don't know which button to push. I'm just going to push some button and then blow the thing up. I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I shouldn't even have to be here, right? No, it's not necessarily the smart thing, I guess. Being smart. It's a matter of your ears don't freaking work half the time. And it's like I have to put these special like earbuds in so I can hear what they're saying. And then it like makes me stay awake because I can hear and I'm hearing things I don't give a shit about. Right? And it's actually making me 5150 having to hear this crap. Volunteer all the time. They got sick of me. You volunteer? That's nuts. That's funny. You should volunteer where I live. That way I don't get jury duty. Because they hate me. They see me every year and they see me waiting in line to go through the metal detector. And it's like the stupid thing like goes off like almost every time I go through it. And I have to like go take something out of my pocket or something out of my shoe, kick it off, and throw it on the damn conveyor belt. It's like, this is annoying. This is stinking annoying. And now I don't want to fly because of it. You know what I mean? Now I don't want to go on an airplane and fly because if I do, I'm not going to get through the detector. I'm not going to get through the check because I'm just going to keep setting the stupid thing off, and then I'm going to cuss or something, and then they're going to make me detain me, and then I'm not going to have my ticket, right? So I just figure I'm not going to fly. Last time I flew, they didn't have metal detectors. It was just you went through and you just checked your bag and then you waited. Now you have to go through all these checks because of stinking 9/11. Because some fool drove a plane through two buildings, killed a bunch of people, and we don't even know who the hell did it. Like, who the hell killed all these people? Let's not even go there, right? Let's not even go that subject. But a lot of people like to go on that subject about 9/11, about who was the pilots that flew into the buildings and killed those people. It's awful. Just so much evil. It's totally evil and crazy, and insane. And whoever did it needs to burn in hell. Whoever killed those people needs to burn in freaking hell. And I'm not going to mention names, right? Because it's all like conspiracy theorists, like tinfoil hat stuff. It's just weird, right? The checks getting tiring. What does that mean? The checks getting tiring. Are you getting tired? I don't blame you. This is probably an exhausting stream. I don't know. I talked about a lot of crap. I got like a whole briefcase full of shit, and the briefcases keep. I have like tons of them full of fucking paper of things that have happened to me. It's so bad. Then they found I had brain damage. Oh yeah, I have some brain damage too. Just people when they're cruel to you, it gives you somewhat of brain damage when people are really cruel to you. Like it makes you not trust people, and it makes you kind of socially retarded, I guess, when you're so used to people being assholes to you, and then they look at you like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you so standoffish? Or why are you so fucking weird?" It's like because of people like you and just people that have fucked with me. That's why I'm kind of weird. That's why I'm kind of cautious. Why I don't go head first into anything. You know, I mean, I used to because I was a naive little twit, but now I'm not. Now I'm just a twit, but I'm not naive. You know what I mean? Yeah, I haven't been on airplanes since what was it? 1994 was the last time. And I flew from Oakland Airport to an airport in I think it was Seattle or something. Landed there, and then my uncle picked me up from the airport, and I stayed with him up in Idaho for like 3 months. I was an adult though, because it's a long story. Because my stupid, I don't know, I was homeless, and because I was following around that stupid guy that I had my first two kids with, I was homeless, and I ended up flying up there because I had nowhere to stay, and I didn't want to be homeless in the Bay Area. So I stayed with my uncle because he offered me to stay there, and I stayed with him for 3 months in Idaho. That was the last time I flew. Was in 90. I think it was 94 or 93. And there was no. It was actually a very nice flight, uneventful, nothing too exciting. So I have nothing bad to say about it. And that was the first time I ever flew in my whole life, and probably the last time I ever fly again. Even though my boyfriend's brother is a pilot, he flies for Southwest Airlines. Uh, and then his other brother is a highway patrolman. So kind of a weird, have kind of a weird background, I guess. But I know you wouldn't know from looking at us, right? That he's got a brother's a freaking pilot for Southwest Airlines, and then his other brother's highway patrolman. And then you look at us and we're poor as hell, and they've got money. So it's weird. And my boyfriend's grandfather was the CEO of the Sunshine Biscuit Company, and was a millionaire. And he died, and he left all the money to the Catholic charities, and we're poor. So, but it was his money. He could do whatever he wanted with it. It wasn't our decision. So he left his fortune to the Catholic charities because he was a devout Catholic, and he wanted the Catholic charities to have the money that he earned working for the Sunshine Biscuit Company. And he started out sweeping floors as a janitor at the company over in Oakland, and then he worked his way up to CEO, and then he became a millionaire. It's weird. It worked out, and then he donated all his money to Catholic charities, and he donated that money uh, right after, or we were homeless too, and that was when he was still alive, and we used to visit him on our own dime, drive down there, drive down to the he lived in Santa Rosa. We drove down to Santa Rosa where he lived, and they had a lot of money. He had a lot of money, and we never asked him for anything. Never gave us a dime. We spent our own money to visit him, and he really enjoyed our company, and we enjoyed his company. And that was the last time I saw him, was when he lived in Santa Rosa, and then he died a few years later, and he donated all his money to Catholic charities. I mean, he was a millionaire, and I was working at the time I was a housekeeper, and my boyfriend didn't work. He just still doesn't work, but and that's what he knew about us, that I was the one carrying all the weight. And he didn't give us a dime, and that was fine. We didn't ask him for any money, but he donated all his money to Catholic charities, and um, let's just say the family was not too happy about that. But that was his money. Weird. It's weird. But that was his money. He could do what he want with it. He earned it. Yeah, are you still talking about the airplanes? Yeah, his brother's a pilot for Southwest Airlines. They're one of the cheapest flights. And I guess they said they had to get rid of the 747s because the engines failed or something. So he's on break right now because I guess they're having to order new airplanes or something. So he's not flying right now, and something like that. And he's flying, I guess, helicopters for other people. He's like a personal pilot for other people, rich people or something, millionaires or whatever that need a personal pilot. He flies their helicopters or their personal little planes, and that's what he does. That's what he's doing right now, apparently. And he offered to give my youngest son a free ticket, I guess, to ride on Southwest or whatever, to fly from Oakland to Los Angeles. He didn't say when, but he said he would offer it, but that's nice. So I don't care about flying. Personally, I don't really care. Oh, 737. I said 747. See, I don't know much about it, but that's just how it is, right? It's how it is. You know, we didn't ask for anything, and they keep crashing. He hasn't crashed it though. Uh, his two brothers have money, and we don't even ask for money. And we don't. I don't. It's not like I'm asking for an award or anything for not asking for money. But so far so good, right? We managed to keep our heads above water without asking for anything. We don't have nothing. Everything that we've bought that we have has been bought with my own money, my cash. And I have one credit card and I've already paid it off. And I live very frugally, and um, I buy most of my stuff from secondhand stores. And I don't eat out. We don't eat out at restaurants or anything, and we stay home. That's why we keep where we're at. even though as ungrateful as I am for what I have and complain about it all the time. Yeah, just our lives aren't that interesting. They were probably more my life was probably more interesting when we lived in a tent. It was probably a little more interesting living in a tent and having it rain on us. I lived in a tent from what was it? April till the end of May. Uh, that was 2 months. About 2 months we lived in a tent because we couldn't find housing in this stinking area. Because I was in a we were in a shelter first 'cause we lost our apartment because landlord raised the rent and we couldn't afford it and we had to move out and then we ended up in a shelter. And then the time in the shelter ran out and I asked for an extension and they said they couldn't give us an extension. And I was working a round table and they told me they couldn't give me an extension even though I have a son. And I said, "Can you at least put us up in a hotel?" And they said, "No, we can't do that." And I told them, I said, we have nowhere to stay. They didn't care. And there was nowhere else to stay, no shelters, there wasn't anything available. And I didn't make enough money with my job to stay in a hotel, it's too expensive. And oh, we lived in a van for 2 years. I didn't even have a van. All we had was this crummy Jeep and it wasn't big enough. And I couldn't open the damn hatch in the back, it was broken. Uh, joke. So, and my boyfriend's 6'4", he can't stretch out in a Jeep. Yeah, I wish we had a van. We would have slept in the van instead. We had a van. We would have just taken the seat out. But I ended up going to Big Five after they told me the bad news that we had to get out of the shelter. We went to Big Five and bought a tent and uh, a tarp and all that, and we had to pick a spot where we were going to sleep outside. And we set up the first night we set up the tent. It was raining. He had to set up the tent in the rain. I said, "I don't want to go out in the rain, set the tent up." I said, "Why don't we just sleep in the Jeep?" And he goes, "No, we can't because I'm too big. I can't sleep in the Jeep." So we set up the tent in the rain, threw our blankets in there, and just closed the flap and went to sleep. Oh, it was terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And I had to sleep next to my kid to keep him warm because I didn't want him to be wet. And we did that for 2 months. And I just remember my boyfriend getting up like 3 or 4 times a night to go to the bathroom, and he had to keep unzipping and zipping the tent all the time. And just all these bugs and stuff would come in and they'd bite us, and I'd wake up and have a spider bite. And I had to wake up and go to work and then take a shower at this church. And because I started work at 11 o'clock, and I had to take a shower at the church. And it's terrible. And I was trying to stay clean because I worked in a stinking restaurant. And in the meantime, I kept checking the newspaper and calling all these places and looking at apartments, and nobody would rent to us. And meanwhile, and every day I'd come home, we had to come home to the tent. And it was like 30 minutes to drive back from my work back to our tent. And then I'd keep checking the newspaper, and we'd listen to our radio because my cell phone didn't work out there, so there wasn't hardly any reception. And we listened to the radio with our batteries, and we listened to just whatever AM radio, so the Trump rallies and stuff, and it kept us kind of motivated. We have a campfire or whatever. And our campsite was like right near a walking trail, and a lot of people would come up there sometimes and they'd go on the walking trail. And we just pretend like we were just like we were campers. We weren't actually living out there, even though we were, and we were bathing out in the river because there was a big river out there, Tuolumne River. And we'd bathe in the river with the bar soap, and then it's just so weird. And then wake up in the morning and have to go to work. I'd wake up and go to work and try to pretend we're not living in a freaking car, but you could tell though we were living in a freaking car. And the bizarre thing is my boyfriend's parents knew about us being homeless, and they didn't even offer to let us stay at their house because they thought we had to learn our lesson. Yeah, I learned my lesson. That this bullshit. But I didn't ask to stay with them. We never even asked. And they never offered, and they knew about it, and they didn't care. So, yeah. But, you know, we have to let all these people that don't belong here keep coming in our country because the people that are legal citizens need to be pushed on the back burner, right? But you know what? I'm lucky that I got in where I'm at, and I'm not going to be pushed out on the street again. I'll never ever live on the street again. I'll never ever live out in the woods again with my child. I'll never do it again. I would. I won't do it. I can't make him go through that again. I can't, because we had to do that before. We had to throw all of our stuff away in the garbage, and so the owner wouldn't charge us for a dump fee. They'd throw everything in the trash, throw all my dishes, everything in the trash, everything, my toaster, everything would go in the garbage can. All my dishes, all my bowls, everything in the garbage, just so we could live in a stupid shelter and have to throw us out and not give me an extension and not even put us up in a hotel. But yet they let this fat lady with her fat kids stay there for like a year, and they gave her an extension. She wasn't even working. She was sitting on her butt every day, and all her kids were all in school. And she sat on her butt all day, and they still let her stay there for almost a year. And I still see her too. I still see her in town, her fat butt. She's probably sitting on disability, being a fat butt, doing nothing. Yeah, it's just crazy. Just crazy how the biggest fleas on the dog's ass are the ones who always get uh they always get everything they need. They always get taken care of. They always have their needs taken care of first. But you, and that's why I said I hate shelters, because that shelter I stayed at, they told me, "Oh, we're gonna have to do a random drug test." And I go, "Fine, I don't care, because I know I didn't do anything." And they did this drug test, and they told me, "Oh, you have to pee in this cup and leave the door open and blah blah blah." I'm like, "Okay, whatever." And so I gave her the pee, and then she tested. She's all, "Oh, the lines are faint." And she was like saying I did all these different drugs, like meth and all that, and coke, and uh, all these other things. And I'm like, "What? Why would I do all that and then come here?" She's all, "Well, the lines are faint." And I'm like, "The hell does that mean? Faint? Why the hell would I do drugs? I have a child and I need a place to stay. That's so stupid." And she's all, "Well, the lines are faint." And I go, "What? Let me see the test. She didn't even show it to me." And then, because you know why? Because she lied. She totally lied about it. And then, she couldn't throw us out after she did the drug test because she knew it was fake. She knew it was a fake test, because I told her, I said I would just have another test run, and I was going to complain to the director of the shelter that she faked a drug test on me, and I was going to go to the newspaper and expose it. And then she ended up letting us stay there after that. She knew she was lying. She knew she was against me and everything. And she reason why she was being mean to me was because she was mad because I wasn't a single mother, because my husband was with us, and she hated me for that. That I wasn't a feminist single mother crap. She hated me for that. So she made my drug test dirty, and she hated me for that. Because most of the women that were there were all single mothers without a husband. Just, oh God, just the discrimination is just sick. Like, they want people to be alone. They don't want nuclear families. They want people to not have anybody, and they want them to be desperate and dependent on the government, which I wasn't. I just like, this is just temporary. Just, I'm trying to get ahead until I can find an apartment. And eventually we did, but I had to live in a tent first. Lived there for 2 months in a freaking tent. And trying to stay clean is the hardest damn thing you can do. That's the hard part. If you have to work in food. And then, we finally did find an apartment. I was still working. And my boss ended up uh, letting me go for his own reason. And then I found a job at a hotel. And I worked there for almost 3 years. And then this idiot that was the head maid's husband was harassing me. And then they ended up taking his side and not mine. And there was another person who complained about him. They still took his side. And I ended up quitting that job reluctantly. I didn't want to quit my job because uh, I'd been there a while. But then I found this other job as a maid, and I've had a few problems, but it's actually okay, because I put this one lady who's the head maid in her place. She was trying to mess with me, and I totally just put her in her place. And after that, she left me alone. So I think it kind of worked out, and I'm trying to make it work, even if it kills me. Just like everything else, I make it work. Somehow I make this stuff work. Oh, it says your connection is unstable. Oh, I know. It's always been unstable. My brain is kind of like my connection to my internet. Okay. Says your connection is unstable. Please wait. I am waiting and I'm unstable. Yeah, I get paid $11 an hour. Yeah, it's great. And I have people going, "Can you do my room next?" And then they don't even give you a tip or anything. You know what I mean? This one stupid lady tried to say I stole a book out of her room. When she checked out, she tried to say I stole her book. It's like, why would I steal a book? We don't even read books anymore. We all use our phones. So I just steal a stupid book. I can go get a book at a secondhand store. Just there's people that are so petty. There's people that stay in rooms that think they're entitled or they're very extremely rude. Like if you don't give them service like now, they'll go complain. Like, okay, just let me drop like 500 other things I'm doing right now and go help you right now because I don't have anything else to do but wait on you hand and foot. And this lady's like, I need you to do my room now because I didn't get my room done yesterday the way I wanted it or when I wanted it. Stupid. Been a 1 hour. People don't think about how hard staff works. Yeah. Um, yeah, the other day when I was at work and yeah, I had 12 rooms and 3 of the 12 were filthy dirty and it looked like they had a dog in the room or something because there was like hair or something on the bathroom floor. There was like pieces of dog food and people spit toothpaste on the mirror and they spray body wash on the shower wall and stuff and they get like hair in the shower drain and all kinds of stuff. You know, they use the coffee maker. Um, yeah, it takes time to clean it up. It takes time to totally clean it all that up and put it all back together and vacuum and all that and make sure the mirrors are clean and the windows clean, the windowsills clean, make sure the air conditioner works, make sure the remote works, make sure the alarm clock has the correct time, make sure the microwave's clean, make sure the refrigerator's clean, uh, all kinds of make sure the picture frames are clean. Um, Make sure everything's clean, make sure there's nothing, um, on anything, everything's all shiny, and you do that, and I made sure I do a good job when I do it, and it's weird because my boss is all, "What's taking so long?" It's like, why don't you try doing this to see how long it takes you to do it?" And then you don't have any tips in your room, and the whole tip you get the whole week is $4. How f how wonderful would you be? Um, but I always make sure I do it right. And, I don't get any complaints about my rooms, and I'm not saying that to be cocky, but I don't get any complaints from my rooms. I don't. My rooms are clean enough to clean, and I still don't get any tips. But yeah, I did that at the other place too. I cleaned it real good and still got no tips. Still got no damn tips. And that place was worse because people had dogs in those rooms and the dogs would pee on the bed or they pee on the floor and they pee or they'd poop on the floor in the corner, and you have to clean it up, and they wouldn't, tip or anything. It's just tree workers that stay there, and they make a big mess, and they get big chunks of mud on the floor, dried mud all over the carpet, and you had to clean all that up, and they, spit food in the sink in the bathroom, and they plug it up with garbage, and you're not supposed to put food down the drain in the sink or the shower, and they still do it anyway, and you have to clean all that. Oh, it's just disgusting. This one lady, she got drunk and she shit the bed and then she shit all over the, shower, and it was disgusting, and I had to clean that up, and she didn't leave a tip or anything, and it's just disgusting, and I you know what? I hate to say it, but I found cockroaches, and I found one live one time, and I put it in a cup, and I put another cup over top of it, and I showed it to the head maid, and she said, "I'll take it out to the parking lot and squash it." And I go, "Ooh," I said, "No, because if it gets on the bottom of my shoe, it's gonna release the eggs, and then I'll bring the eggs into my house, and I'll have cockroaches." So I kept it on my cart like a little pet. And then she came by later and she's all, "I thought I told you to take that out to the parking lot and squash it. Why do you still have it?" And I go, "I don't know, because I want to. I'll throw it away later." That I took a picture of it with my phone just for fun, because you never get a real good close up with a cockroach. It's kind of fun, to see the expression on its face when it knows it's been caught. And so many times, oh my God, I reached under a bed and I touched something and I'm like, "Oh God, please don't be a cockroach." And then I look under there and there's a freaking cockroach and it's dead. It's all belly up on the floor under the bed. I'm like, gotta be kidding me. Disgusting. Oh, it's so gross. And then they have one bed that was so hilarious. They have one bed that was so worn out that the edge of the bed where people sit down or whatever, it was all sunk in, totally caved in, and they've had so many people complain and say that bed sucks, and they still haven't replaced it with a new bed. Hilarious. Hilarious. I've had so many times I've laughed. It's like, "That's gross. That is disgusting. Totally disgusting." Um And there's people that blow boogers on the wall in the bathroom and stuff, it's so gross. You have to, like, take, like, a paint chipper to get it off because it's so disgusting. Oh, you guys probably already know all this crap, right? It's just trade secrets of, the professional, accommodations that people receive when they stay in a hotel. It's so gross. Switch to housekeep in retirement at Elk, Nevada. Yeah. It's probably cockroach expression, the latest in art. Yeah. It's so funny. This one guy goes, so funny. I try not to laugh. He goes, comes up to me. He goes, "I get bit by bugs." He goes, "You need to come up to my room and kill the bugs, spray cologne on them or something." And I'm like, "Cologne? What's cologne gonna do?" He goes, "They're biting me when I sleep. Bugs biting me." I'm like, okay. What do you want me to do? I'm only getting paid like like at the time it was like 10.50 an hour. I'm like, yeah, I'll be right on it. Hmm. Maybe, but I'm lucky I didn't bring home any cockroaches to my house or bed bugs or whatever, but I've cleaned rooms where they've, uh oh my god, they've had, what was it? Cockroach, paper, they put it on the floor, it's like this sticky paper, and the cockroaches go to it, and they die on it or whatever, and I remember I was walking into a room, I didn't realize it was a maintenance room, I walked into it, and I stepped on the, paper, the sticky paper, and it was stuck to my shoe, and there's, like, these dead frickin' roaches on it and the paper, and it was stuck to the bottom of my shoe. I'm like, "Ah, shit," and I couldn't get it off. So I was walking around with the freaking cockroach paper on my shoe walking through the hallway. It's so embarrassing. I couldn't get it off, and it would never come off. I think I had to throw the shoe away. It had paper on it, that sticky paper that you kill the mice with. It's that real sticky, sticky paper. Oh, it's so embarrassing. But whatever, it comes with the territory, right? But it's so gross when she's all, "Take the cockroach out to the parking lot and squash it." And I didn't do that. She's like, "Oh my god, why didn't you kill it?" And I'm like, "I don't know, because I thought it would be kinda cool to keep it on my cart, so get rid of it." I'm like, "Okay." And that's the same woman where her husband was all flirting with me and stuff and following me in the hallway and talking to me and stuff, and he wouldn't leave me alone, and I used to do breakfast there too, and he would bother me in that room too, because his wife didn't want anything to do with him, barely. He kept following me around and talking to me all the time. God, these trashy people, I swear to God, it's like the more I don't want people bothering me, the more they bother me. But I just going to say they catch mice too. Yeah, they catch mice too. Yeah, it was stuck to my shoes. So funny. I didn't know what else to say. I was like, ah, shit. And then one morning I came into work and the pipe broke in uh the wall, and there was like 3 inches of water in the office and in the laundry room where I worked, and my shoes were totally soaking wet, and I had to work with my shoes all sloshy all day long. All that for 10.50 an hour, right? So that was quite the adventure, I'll tell you that. But I wish I would have videotaped some of this crap, but I didn't. and it would have been comedy gold, you know? The lady with the poop all over the bed, shit all over the bed, you know what I mean? And people that blow out the room. And this one lady is so funny. She crashed into a room, one of the rooms. She stepped on the gas and she went forward instead of backwards, so she crashed her car into the room. So her front of her car is inside the room on top of the bed. I saw it in the newspaper. It's so funny. It's like, wow, this place never ever gets any dull moments. And I remember this lady was sleeping underneath the table. She was homeless and she was sleeping underneath the table. I came in the breakfast room. I was going to get some plates and something underneath the table to set up the table so people get toasted cereal. And there was a homeless lady sleeping under the table, and she was sleeping on top of cardboard boxes that were in there. And I told her she needs to get up and get out of there, and she would wake up. So I told the front desk guy to get her out of there. So he went in there and got her out of there. Oh, it's just sick. And everybody was laughing at me like, "Oh, there was a lady under the table." All the employees were laughing at me. I was like, "Yeah, that was nice." It scared the crap out of me. Some woman laying under the table. It was like 5:30 in the morning. This woman laying under the table, sleeping, and there was going to be like 500 people coming in that room in like 30 minutes. So I'm like, "You got to be kidding me! Get out! You get the hell out of here!" Because her butt was sticking out the out of underneath the drape that was around the table. Her butt was sticking out of it. And I told her, I'm like, "You gotta get out of here. You can't be hanging out in here. You can't even, it's against the rules. It's against whatever they said they can call the cops if you trespass in here." And she's like, "I just need to sleep." And I'm like, "Oh my God, it's a freaking joke, right?" It's such a freaking joke. And everybody was laughing at me at work. They're all laughing. They're like, "There's a homeless lady sleeping under the table." I'm like, "Yeah, isn't that great?" And then I said, to go get ice, I got to step over homeless people to the hallway to get ice every morning. And they plug their phones in and they lay on the hallway floor. That's what they do. How did they get in there? Oh, she got in through a window that wasn't locked. I guess she said she got in through an unlocked window, and then she slept in there overnight. I kind of felt bad for her, but not really. It's like, lady, I lived in a tent for 2 months with my son, and I never once thought about breaking into a building to find a place to sleep. I just lived in a tent, and I bought a tent with my money that I earned from working. And every morning we'd wake up and get ready. I'd get ready to go to work, and we'd go to either Carl's Jr. or McDonald's or wherever and get a breakfast sandwich because we couldn't cook anything because we were living out in the woods. It's too much hassle to have to do anything, and plus it attracted bears. I didn't like to cook anything because it would make the bears come and they would tear up my tent, and they'd tear up my table, and they'd bust open my butane tanks and all that and bite holes and everything. So we didn't cook a lot because we didn't want to attract bears. And we had to sleep with a baseball bat next to the front of the tent just in case a bear came. And my boyfriend's laugh. He's laughing. He's all, "If a bear comes, I'm gonna smash his brains out, and then there's gonna be bear brains on my bat." I'm like, "Oh God, oh, so funny." Yeah, it's just insane. Oh my God, seeing a shadow of a bear walking across next to your tent when you're trying to sleep, and I'm like, I'm gonna scoot away from the side of the tent because I don't want to be on the edge. Because if he takes a swipe, he's gonna take a swipe right out of my ass and like bite into my rump roast. Yeah, that freaked me out. That freaked me out really bad. Was knowing there's bears walking around and they could smell anything you cooked and they'd be rummaging around. You hear stuff falling. You're like, "Oh shit!" Yeah, I was scared because of my son. And it took about 2 months for us to finally find an apartment. And it was bittersweet when we finally drove away from our campsite and actually moved into a place. And we slept on inflatable mattresses on the floor in our apartment. And it smelled like crap in here when we moved in. It smelled stale and old and scuzzy. Yeah, they literally, I was worried about the bear biting into my rump roast when I was sleeping because, you know, when you sleep, you kind of sleep in a fetal position when you're trying to stay warm. Yeah, I was worried about it. I was like, I'm not gonna sleep too close to the side of the tent on the edges because the bear, all he has to do is go, and then he'd get nice big old bite of a rump roast. Ooh, so yeah, when you go to camping, you're kind of risking uh, putting yourself out there with animals. So, yeah, that was scary. It was scary. But what was scarier was not getting a bath. That was scarier. It's like, dude, it's like 4 days that I haven't taken a shower. It's freaking disgusting. And I've got camping crap all over me, and I'm all dirty, and my hands are like partially like stained with soot from the fire, trying to keep the fire going to keep the mosquitoes from biting us. Because sometimes there were mosquitoes, they'd like bite the crap out of you, and cover myself in off, and I'm all sticky. Oh yeah, it felt good to be in an apartment. First thing we did was we washed the scuzz off our ass. It's like, oh my god, I finally feel clean. Oh, you know what I mean? And then we had this upstairs neighbor lady, the one who crashed into my Jeep, bothering me when we first moved in. She's like, "Oh my god, who are you?" I'm like, uh, who gives a crap? That's who I am. But yeah, she was like superhuman glue. Just what the hell, dude? It's like, who cares about us? I just want to take a shower and shut the door. But apparently people cannot stay away from us, especially Potato Lady. People don't understand homeless people can't stay clean. Yeah, it's hard to stay clean when you're outside because there's dirt, crap flying around, and you know, you're just always in dirt. You're just never really that clean because you got bugs crawling up your butt when you're trying to sleep. Uh, you know what I mean? It's just kind of gross, and like your blankets and all that are kind of damp and kind of musty smelling because they're outside. There's like ants and stuff crawling all over your crap. Yeah, the potato lady, big old fat potato lady. Yeah, she's the one that said I abused my cat, even though my cat weighs like 300 pounds right now because the neighbor keeps feeding him and giving him orange diarrhea. And I bought new cat food, and he's still having the swirly booties. So it's not doesn't seem to be doing much good. So whatever, I can't stop it. Potato lady, she looks like Miss Potato Head. She's got little tiny little arms and little feet and a big old body. And I hate saying that about somebody, but she earned it. She earned that crown, and she wears it proudly, and she doesn't come around the corner anymore because she's scared of me, and she should be scared, even though I've never done nothing to her. I've just killed her with words, and I guess my words were effective enough to make her go away. You know what I mean? Kind of like a crucifix on a vampire. Finally, it bled into her soul where she just stays a hell away from me. So, does anyone else have any ideas about what to talk about? Well, one thing I can talk about is I hope well, what the hell am I saying? Um, I kind of hope I will work tomorrow, but I don't at the same time because I'm not in the mood to deal with any jerks and assholes at work, mainly the people that stay there, because sometimes people can be total assholes. Um, they can be stinky. People can be really stinky and leave stinky messes for you to have to clean up. Just really gross, disgusting smells from people. You know what I mean? It's always good when all it takes are words. Yeah, words can be effective. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. No, they do hurt because I've had plenty of people say words to me, and I'd rather have them hit me because I'm gonna hit them back, and it might hurt twice as bad. So words do hurt, and people that say it doesn't, they're lying. You know what I mean? And I can't put my damn cat on the video because I'll end up having my channel removed, right? Meow. The cat going, meow. It's me, Kitty Cat. And you go, oh, nope, gotta cancel your goddamn upload. You gotta tear it down and take it down because you put the stinking cat up there. You know what I mean? But if I say I hate Donald Trump and all that, it's like also my views will be exploding. I hate Donald Trump. I hate Donald Trump. I hate Donald Trump. I'm gonna sit there and rock back and forth and tell everybody how much I hate Donald Trump. And that gets like a million views, right? How much you hate Donald Trump. I hate Donald Trump. I hate Donald Trump. Yeah, they do hurt. Um, I'll never, I'll never, ever, ever go to my high school reunion because of the people I went to high school with, I went to elementary school with, and some of them said some things that were very freaking hateful, and I don't care to visit with them. I just gonna make new people that I like to hang out with. And it's not my family either, unfortunately, because 'cause they're on the shit list too. You know what I mean? And then they see me on Facebook and they're like, "Oh, I want to be your friend." And I'm like, "No, I don't wanna be your friend. I'm just gonna just be on Facebook because I want to, but I don't wanna be your friend, okay? You can look at my profile and go, 'Yay, I wanna be your friend even though when you were a kid I treated you like crap.' Nope, you're not gonna be my friend. You're just gonna have to adore me from afar and not have me accept your friend request." You know what I mean? It's like, why should I be thrilled that you want a friend request? Why do I care? You didn't care about me then. Why do I care about you now? You know what I mean? It's just stupid. I mean, I've had people that I thought were my friend in high school, and they turned their back on me because um, I didn't say or be the things they wanted me to be, and they decided to betray me and not be my friend anymore, even though I did my best to be their friend. And now I don't care about them. Now I don't care about them anymore. It doesn't hurt. So I guess like I don't care now. Even if you want to be my friend now, I don't care. I don't even want to care because it doesn't matter to me anymore. It mattered at the time, but it doesn't matter now because I'm over it, and you don't matter to me anymore. In the way I felt then, I don't feel that now. Yeah, and back then I thought I really needed to be their friend in order to feel better about myself, and now I realize it didn't even matter. Didn't even matter. Why did I need them to feel like I needed that? Why did I need them to feel that I was okay? Because I was already okay without them. I just didn't believe I was. Then the past will magically be different in their imagination. Yeah, like it's like it just erases everything magically. Like, oh, like they were never messed up to you. Right, right. Doesn't mean I'm being petty. It just means that I don't care about you anymore. Yeah, yeah, that's right. I don't care. And it sucks if it's like a family member, but it's just like I don't need you, and I'm fine without you. I'll see you on the other side. See you on the other side with Jesus, you know, and by some miracle of Jesus, maybe all that will be erased, and we'll have wings, and we'll totally be best friends floating on our clouds. But until then, I don't really care. I'm just gonna do my own life, and you do yours. And they make songs about it. You know what I mean? They write songs about people just not being around each other ever again, and they move on. It's healthier to not be around each other. Yeah, I didn't need them. I thought I needed them, but I don't. The only thing I need is my son, my husband, and my stupid job. It's the only things I need. Everything else, I don't need. It, it's too late for the rest of them. They had their chance, and they blew it. And I don't care. I really don't care. I really don't care. So I think I'm gonna wrap this up because I'm sure everybody here is getting tired and probably want to move on to something else. But I'm glad you watched it. It's 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 34 seconds. Oh, wow. Jesus is gonna, when he sees me, he's gonna go, Cammy, you need to shut the fuck up. That's what he's gonna say. And he's gonna stick the wings through my back, and he's gonna say, while he's doing it, shut up while I'm doing this, okay? And just float away and just do my mission that I told you to do. Yeah, I don't blame you. You had to cut some people out of your life too. And it hurts. At first it hurts. It's like, but they did the same thing to you. So now you're doing it to them. And it's not because you're trying to get back at them. It's because you don't need their toxic crap anymore. And they had their chance and they blew it. And it's sad. But you'll see them on the other side, and maybe it'll be different when we all come over to God. It'll be different. There'll be like a mutual understanding or something. But I'll have a mutual understanding on my own cloud away from them. And God will be like, "Well, you need to forgive them." Like, okay, but I already got my wings. You already stuck them in my back. So too late. So I'm gonna be on cloud nine, floating that way, away from that fucking person. Yeah. You give them a chance and then move on. Right. Some people don't deserve a second chance because sometimes you've already given them a second chance and a third chance and a fourth chance, and they still don't get the picture. You know what? And when they don't get the picture, you just get out. And if I wish I would have known that back then to be around me. And they benefited from me being around them, and then they took me and threw me away like a piece of garbage. And now I'm just not gonna be around. Yeah, that's what happens. So the only thing you have is your inner circle of people that you know really care about you. And it may be a small amount of people. And you know what the best thing is that small amount of people are the best people you ever meet in your entire life, and you don't wanna ever lose that little group of people you have, because 'cause they're the ones you can count on. Oh, no, some will be very destructive when given yeah, when you, get weak and you let them back in again, they just take advantage of you again. Yeah, and they've humiliated you and, talked down to you and made you feel small and then expect you to wanna go have coffee or something with them, and it's like, "No, I'm fine. I don't need to." I'm kinda like that with my sister. I don't I just I'm okay. It's fine. I've got my own life. I can take care of myself. I got my job and I got my family, and that's it. And I've got myself this far without your help and without your assistance and your advice, and I've done fine. You know what I mean? I've done fine. And, I've got another, what, 50 oh my god, 50 years of this crap. Who knows what kind of, technology they'll have then, right? They'll have robots carrying around our comatose bodies that are about ready to die, and they'll be, like, turning us over like a rump roast, wiping our dirty butt, and popping pills down our throat, and propping us up in a chair, and pushing us through a garden with a bunch of other robots, right? It's like feel like an old relic, feel like a dying house plant. It's like, it just oh god, just set me on fire. That was a joke, that wasn't very funny, but I wouldn't wanna be old and be helpless. Yeah. Well, he is letting a lot of it continue, though. A lot of this just destructive people and everything, yeah, he's still letting it continue. You know what, I say thank you to the 3 people that are still watching if you're still awake. The other 2 people besides AVOK, if you're still awake and you're still watching this, God bless you for sticking around, because it's not exactly like, the Bible, like reading the Bible where it's so enlightening, and even if it is long, it's still really good, and you can't get enough of it. This is kinda like, it's just watching somebody's frickin' diary on a soap opera, and you just, like, keeping your eyes peeled open. Kinda like that, I guess. It's like a freaking stupid soap opera starring cockroaches. Yeah, I probably soured a few people, right, on here about staying in a hotel. They're like, "Ew, that's disgusting." But it's common, it's not like it's some, unknown thing having cockroaches in a hotel. You know what I mean? I already know when I stay in a hotel, there's probably been something there before I was there, something gross. Most likely, right? Something disgusting that went on in that room, bugs or whatever. Can't expect it to be bug free when it's only less than $100 a night. You're gonna get what you get, especially when the maids are being told they have to hurry up and they don't have much time and they have to hurry up and do a bunch of rooms. Sick. They're sick. I couldn't imagine though working in a five-star hotel. Too much pressure. too much pressure because everything has to be perfect, and I don't like all that pressure to, make everything perfect. Kinda like a live-in housekeeper where they like things a certain way, and if you don't do it that way, they, like, make you feel like crap if you don't do it right. I don't like that pressure. I don't like it. Like cleaning up someone else's house. It's like, "Oh, I like my throw rug over here," or this or that. It's like, "Oh god. Why you just put an apron on me and call me Aunt Jemima?" I don't wanna do that kinda work. I'll just work in a crummy hotel. Can you imagine how demanding the guests would be? Yeah, at a five-star? Be awful. You ever seen movies with five-star hotels, how bad they treat the staff? Damn. 'Cause at least where I work, I can kinda get kind of bitchy with them, and they can't really do much about it. And most of them don't remember anyway, 'cause a lot of them are drunk and they forget to complain. But in a five-star, you couldn't do it. You have to be like Jeeves. You have to be like, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." You know? "Yes, yeah, whatever you say. Yes, yes. Oh, right away. Yes, right away. Be back in 2 minutes." No, where I'm at, I'm like, "Oh god, I gotta get you a garbage bag." Mm. Oh. Yeah, that's funny, right? But I do try it sometimes, like, one guy asked for a trash bag, and I was like I told him where to find it. Go in the maid's closet on the 2nd floor and go get they're on the 2nd shelf," and he was, like, looking at me like, "Huh?" I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to go get it, right? Shoot, sorry." I'm like, "'Cause I didn't feel like going to get it. I didn't feel like getting the garbage bag. I was lazy." I was like, "I just don't give a crap, 'cause you're not gonna give me a tip anyway." So, maybe that's why I'm like that. I don't know, maybe that's why, and you gotta remember to keep your cart clean and all that. Yeah, I do. I do keep my cart clean because I don't wanna scare the guests away. Because I don't wanna have a scary Frankenstein cleaning cart, right, that's gonna make the guests go, "Ooh, that's disgusting. Oh my god, it's a maid with a cleaning cart." That's not exactly clean and neat, right. Well, especially if you're cleaning 20, 30 rooms a day, your cart's gonna look like, it's like a garbage truck. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's like a damn garbage truck, and then you're gonna look like a freaked out freaking meth addict by the time you get to the room number 29. You know what I mean? You're just, like, ready to die, and that's when everyone's starting to check in, they're, like, looking at you like you're a circus freak. It's like, "No, I'm just covered in goop, so I bent down, like, 50,000 times in front of nightstands, wiping off everybody's garbage off the tables, wiping off their cigarette butts and all that, and putting their cigarettes out in the damn nightstand, burning holes in the carpet. No, I look crazy, I look like a crazy maid. It's insane. Going up and down flights of stairs with dirty towels and stuff that's got dog piss on it and throw up and hair dye. Yeah, 2 thumbs up. 1, 2, right? Yeah, with the smiling cockroaches. Oh, man, I wish I would've taken some goddamn pictures that stupid bitch head made, follow me around like a damn shadow. I wish I would've taken pictures of all those damn bugs, just dead bugs on the bathroom floor and stuff, all these cockroaches running around, and you'd see one and it would come out of the light out of the, outlet where you plug things in, they'd come out of the outlet, see a cockroach, and it was like, "Whatever," and you just do your thing, and you go, "Just don't jump on me, dude. Don't jump in my pocket and go home with me, because 'cause I'm gonna end up getting an invasion." Yeah, sick. I'm just lucky I didn't get cockroaches. Have you ever had cockroaches in your place? Ooh, disgusting. I've had cockroaches and they're not pleasant. They hide out, they wait till you turn off the light and then they all go everywhere. And then when you turn the light on, they all scatter. Yeah, smiling cockroaches is funny. A lot of people probably took home more than a good memory. Right. Just that one guy saying the bugs were biting him and he asked me if I could spray cologne on him or something under the bed to make him stop biting him. I'm like, cologne? Cologne isn't gonna stop bed bugs. That's stupid. And I told him, I said, "Go complain to the front desk if you don't like it here." I said, "Complain to the front desk and tell 'em." And it's like, "'Cause I didn't care." It's like, "What do you want me to do? I'm just a maid. I can't do anything about bed bugs. What do you want me to do?" Uh, catch them on fire or something. You can't do anything. Yeah, they sure did. They probably some people did get cockroaches from the place. So insane, isn't it? I shouldn't be talking about this because uh, well, I don't work there anymore, but probably shouldn't talk about things like that because probably makes other hotels look bad. But that place was bad anyway, and the guy that owned the place was a cheapskate and all that. He wouldn't fix anything, replace nothing, and it's just sick. Just and the manager of the place, she wouldn't fix the washers and stuff. They would fix the washers, and we always never had enough uh washers or dryers to do all the laundry. We were always short on sheets and all that because we couldn't wash everything fast enough. We never had enough towels because people were stealing towels. Burned down the place trying to kill bed bugs. Yeah, yeah. There was 112 rooms in that one place I worked at, and there was the first building which was okay, and the second building which had probably most of the bed bugs. Yeah, yeah. I saw my fair share of bed bugs. Let's just say that. And then, of course, I had my share of the head maid's husband following me around and bothering me all the time, and turning it on me once I started being really mean to him, and I told him, "Go away and leave me alone." And then I'd walk through a hallway or something, he put his hands up, like, "Hands up, don't shoot." Like, he tried to turn it on me like it was my fault that he was the one bothering me because I never even talked to him. He kept bothering me, and he kept following me around and stuff. Just that place was a nightmare. It's like, I'm just trying to make money and go home. I'm not trying to, do anything here. And this guy just never would leave me alone. He just kept following me and bothering me. And then when I'd start telling him leave me alone, then he would put his hands up like hands up, don't shoot. And it started driving me nuts. I was like, this isn't fair. Why is this being turned on me? And I didn't say anything to his wife because I didn't want to start in trouble because his wife was a head maid. And I don't want to ruin their relationship or whatever. And then she'd sabotage me and try to get me fired or something. You know what I mean? And I did file a complaint on after 3 years. Yeah, I did tell on him because I couldn't take it anymore. And I told on him, and then the manager ended up taking his side and not believing me and took his side and told me, "Oh, you can keep working here." But I said, "I can't work here with him here." And they said, "Well, he didn't do anything wrong." And I'm like, "What do you mean he didn't do anything wrong? I told on him. He'd been bothering me for a long time, and I finally got tired of it, and I want you to tell him to leave." And they wouldn't make him leave. And I had to quit my job because I couldn't work there with him. And I ended up at this other hotel, and everything's been sort of okay. And at this place, I haven't seen any cockroaches, which is good, um, which is interesting, I guess. Yeah, his deal was his wife had a restraining order against him because he was beating on her, and the cops were called, and she got a restraining order against him, and he's on probation and all that, and he can't stay with her, and he stays at the hotel. He was staying at the hotel I was working at where she works, and he visits with her, and that's when he started following me around, bothering me, and I didn't know who he was at first. I didn't know who he was. I just thought it was some guy was bothering me, and then I found out it was the head maid's husband, and then she introduced him to me, and I'm like, "Yeah, I already know who he is." And I was like, kind of rude. I'm like, "I already know who he is." Oh God! And then he kept following me around and bothering me, and then I told him leave me alone, and then he started turning nasty to me and started putting his hands up, don't shoot. And then he started bothering this other maid that I worked with, and then she told me about it, and I saw him bothering her, and I told on him eventually after like almost 3 years. I told on him, and the manager took his side and told me that I had to put up with him and keep working. And I told her, I said, I can't work under these conditions. You need to make him leave because his wife, no doubt, wants to get revenge on me, and he's gonna retaliate against me too. And I said, I can't work under these conditions. And I ended up not coming back. And then I got this other job. And I haven't looked back and I don't care. And I drive by that place every day and see his wife there and everything, and nothing's changed. She's still there. And he got away with it. And every once in a while, I see him at Walmart with his wife, and they like run away from me like it's my fault. They both run away from me when they see me. And it's like, hello, he's the one that bothered me. He's the one who kept following me around, talking to me all the time and harassing me, and then turned it on me like I'm the bad person. So, yeah. And I hate going to Walmart, and Walmart's notorious for bumping into people you don't like. You know what I mean? And that's what happened. And that's the truth, Ruth. And that's why I had to quit my other job. And I was there for 3 years and I had to quit my job. And it was sad because I put in a lot of time there and I had to quit my job like I was nobody because they didn't want to let me have a chance. And I made a part of my computers because it's going to lose the battery. Cord. Here's the cord. Yeah, so anyways, that's the story. But it's a lot longer than that. I'm just glad I left that. I'm glad I left that place. It was a nightmare. They were having us work 6 days a week, 6, 7 hours a day, especially in the summer, is 6, 7 hours a day, 6 days a week. And then I was working, doing their breakfast too. And I had to be there early in the morning, and I had to go to Walmart and buy bread and stuff because they wouldn't order stuff. When I told them they were low on food, they wouldn't order any bread or any milk or anything. So I had to go to Walmart and go buy stuff. And then I had that stupid idiot coming in there and following me and bothering me while I was trying to do my job. Just insane. And I told on him because the dude was a pervert and he wouldn't leave me alone. And he was bothering this other woman and he wouldn't leave her alone either. And she ended up retracting her story because she wanted to keep her job there because I guess she felt loyalty to that stupid place. And I didn't feel any loyalty to it because they didn't believe me, and I was a loyal employee of theirs, and they ended up going with him, and because he's black, and I thought that wasn't fair. And his wife was willing to accept his lies over my truth, and she knew he was slime. That's why she ended up getting separate legally. She was legally separated from him, and she had a restraining order against him. He's on probation, and she's still hanging around him, and she's actually breaking the restraining order by being around him when there's a restraining order against him. And he stays at the hotel because he wants to be near his wife. And then he bothers other women while he's there. He flirts with women and bothers them while he's there because she won't give him barely the time of day because she's playing him. And then he stays with other people too, I think. And he drives her around because he's got a car and she doesn't drive, and he drives her around. It's just stupid. This woman is really stupid. And her son doesn't want anything to do with her because she's with him because he was the one beating on her. And it's just stupid. Stupid people. I can't understand people why they're so retarded. It's like, why would she tolerate that guy? I mean, why didn't she take my side and tell him to stick it where the sun don't shine, and just move on and stop accepting his lies? Because obviously he's done it before, and this is not nothing new. This guy is just slime of the earth, and he's all trying to make everyone feel sorry for him because he's all, I'm a veteran. It's like, I don't care if you're a veteran. You're still a piece of crap. There's probably tons of people that are veterans that have done things that were wrong, and you're a piece of garbage. So, and it's frustrating because my boyfriend wanted to beat the living shit out of him, but he can't because he's black. And then he would end up being in the front page saying a white man beat up the only black man in the whole community. So he had to leave it alone and not not doing anything. So, and it's very frustrating because he's in town here and can't do anything about it. Can't do nothing about it. So basically, he got away with it, and his wife gave him a free pass for being a liar. And I know it's God's truth what he did. And I swear on the Bible that's what he did. He did those things. Still wants him likely. Obviously. She probably enjoys the chaos. Uh, and maybe she's a sicko herself that she enjoys his craziness. She likes him being crazy. And she's crazy too. And she's been at that dump for 16 plus years and she's got nothing else but that stupid hotel because she doesn't have a life, I guess. It's just that stupid hotel and that stupid idiot that she's separated from that stays at the hotel because there's still, I don't even know if it could be a restraining order for life. I think it's a life restraining order where she can't take it off. That's why it stays at the hotel. I don't think it's a temporary restraining order. I think it's permanent because I'm not sure what happened. I never asked her, but I've heard it through grapevines. But eventually, I hope he gets payback because he pushed me out of my job that I earned, the job that I earned by working hard. That was my job. I put many years there, and he ended up pushing me out of my job because he couldn't keep his mouth and his fucking eyes to himself because his stupid wife would give him what he wanted. So he started bothering me all the time, and it's insane. It's like everywhere I'd be, he'd show up. Like I'd be first, second, or third floor. He'd be on one of those on the floor that I was at. Like he would be right there where I was. Or if I didn't see him and I was in a room, he would come in through the corner, poke his head in the room and start chatting. And I would tell him, I say, go find your wife. And he'd stop bothering me. And he goes, I know where my wife is. I'm like, well, why don't you go find her? He's like, I know where she. I said, just go find her then. And that's what I started doing at first. And after that, I started getting meaner and meaner. And then he started doing the hands up, don't shoot thing. He put his hands up when I'd go near, have to walk past him. He put his hands up. And it was crazy because he was invading my space. Oh, I hope so. Yeah, I hope he does bother the wrong person because her boyfriend will probably beat the living crap out of him. And I hope he does get the crap beat out of him. And it ends up in the newspaper, so I'm gonna laugh at him. And I'm gonna actually give the guy who beat him up a medal. Because finally, finally justice for what he did. And I hate people like that do things like that and they think they get away with it, think it's funny, and that the person who's a victim of them ends up getting no justice for what they did. Yeah, yeah, he deserves it. And I hate it. I hate the memory of it. It's just more BS that I don't appreciate having to deal with. Just more drama. Yeah. If you've ever had someone bother you and then they get away with it, it's BS. And it's like it's weird because the more you don't want it, the more they do it. The more you don't want them bothering you, the more they bother you. And they seem to get enjoyment out of making you feel weird. Like you're just like, go away, die or something, or just jump off a building or something. And they don't. They just keep bothering you. I just I don't know. It's like every time I try to do something positive, it's always somebody trying to get in the way of it, get in the way of what I'm trying to do. And I don't know. It's just like this new job I have. It's like I had these rooms to do, and the manager's like, "Oh, you need to go faster or something, or what's taking so long?" It's like, doesn't this sound familiar? All of a sudden, now you're being ungrateful. It's like I can't. It just feels like you can't win. Can't win. Can't win with these stupid jobs. Can't. Seems like you can't do enough. It's like you do everything you can, and it's just not enough. It's always they always want more out of you than you can actually do. It's like I can't. I can't do more than that because I'm older and I'm not as fast. And uh, you know, these different rooms they kind of remind me of bunch of broken puzzle pieces. Some of them are more broken up than others. Some are really easy to put back together. Some are totally complicated and a lot more details, and you have to do a lot more to it to make it clean. And these managers, when they sit at their desks, they don't live in our world. They live in their world of just sit behind a desk, and they don't realize how much labor it takes to clean this stuff up, and they don't care. They just want it done, and they want people in and out of those rooms so they can make money, and they want them hurry up and clean so they can run them again. But they don't realize that as his maids, we can only do so much with the time we have. And people complain and they complain and they go, "Oh, why is there stains on the shower curtains?" And it's like, well, I can't do anything about it because the owner doesn't want to replace the shower curtains with new ones. So the ones we have that are washed have stains that don't come out. And then they complain to us, and it's like, what do you want me to do? I don't make the rules around here. All I do is work here and do what I'm told. You know, they're all complaining and stuff. Oh, stuff has a stain on it or something. It's like, okay, um, complain to the manager. That's what I tell them. I say, go complain to the manager. It's not my fault. Just a stain. It's not like you're gonna die or something. It's a stupid stain from 5,000 other people taking a shower using these shower curtains. Just everybody does something else, you know. Plus, we have people that stay there. They're hella dirty and stuff, and they make a mess and they stain things up real bad. They some people dye their hair and they use a white towel and they get purple freaking hair dye on it stuff. They don't even care. That's how it works. They should know it, not the maids, but the owners. Yeah, it's not us. It's the stinking owners. And you try to make suggestions and they don't listen to you half the time anyways. Uh like I had this one idea. I was like, okay, so people are complaining that there's something on the wall or something. And you go, well, when you checked in, there wasn't that thing on the wall. There wasn't stuff on the wall. You should have to pay for the stuff that you got on the wall because you put it on the wall. But the stupid manager doesn't want to uh, charge them for that when they do that. It's like, and then we have to clean it up. It's like you should make them pay for that because it's going to take me 10 more minutes to have to clean that up. But they don't listen. And it's like, all they do is worry about these stupid complaints that the customers have. And it's like, yeah, but you don't give us enough time to clean it up. And she's like, well, you need to do a better job because we don't want anyone complaining because they're complaining online. They're leaving bad reviews. And it's like, well, then you're telling us to hurry up at the same time, you know? And I got 12 other things I got to do at the same time. It's insane. I don't know how people can do this for 10 to 15 years without becoming literally a grouchy old maid and wanting to hang yourself in a closet. Literally, right? You're just so freaking done. It's like, done with the drama and the details. Done. I just don't want any more details and I don't want any more mess. Yeah, it's a shitty job. It's a really crappy, shitty job. It is, and they can't expect you to be enthusiastic about coming in, especially when you don't get tips and you have to clean up these disgusting messes that you don't even want to touch or even smell or be around. That you have to anyway. It's like you come in the room and you're just like, oh God, oh gross. And it's like a room that there's like a dozen people staying in there and they've been there for months and they haven't had any service. And you go in there and it's like, oh my God, what happened in here? Oh, gross. There's like so much filth around the areas where they have their stuff because they never wiped anything down or anything. Everything's everywhere. It's just gross. What would you like to do? Oh, instead of this crappy job? Hmm. You don't have any skills. Hmm. I don't know. Maybe raise goats and sell goat milk and vegetables and have like a greenhouse and sell it to people at like a local market or something and make some money off that. And then we don't eat a lot anyway, so we could probably just live off of what we have on our farm. That would be good, wouldn't it? And there's seems like there is a demand for goat milk more than there's cow milk because I don't know, cow milk is complicated. You can't sell raw milk, cow milk, but I don't know about goat milk. I don't know if you have to pasteurize it, maybe not. But it seems like it wouldn't be a big deal to sell that stuff. Although I wouldn't drink goat's milk because goats stink. They smell like pee, so I wouldn't want to drink their milk. Oh wait, you like goat milk? Never mind, I retract that. So it's probably good milk because it doesn't taste like goat pee. That's funny. Yeah, that would be something I wanted because I love gardening and I like growing food stuff. Because this other place we lived at, we had a yard in it, and I was able to grow stuff, and it was actually pretty cool. The yard was actually nicer than the house. Yeah, I really liked the yard, but I didn't like the house too much. The house was in pretty bad shape, but I did like the yard. Yeah, so that's something I would want to do that because I don't mind hard work. I don't. I don't mind digging and being out in the sun and all that. It's actually quite enjoyable for me. Some people don't like working outside. They don't like doing any manual labor outside. They'd rather just do something inside. I'm more of an outside person. I like to do things independently without people breathing down my neck. Sort of kind of why I don't mind doing housekeeping because I can work and not have somebody bothering me a lot. Um, although I did have that idiot follow me around bothering me, but I did get rid of that job. So yeah, I like being outside. I like I like gardening and I like discovering things that I didn't know existed before, like ideas. Like I grew my own pumpkins and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. And the tomatoes and the cucumbers and the carrots didn't do very good, but the corn did pretty good. Um, although we had these bugs on them, so kind of got ruined. But the corn um, cobs, they grew pretty good, but they got whatever those bugs, silk bugs or whatever they're called, they got on the corn. But they were still beautiful corn even with the bugs. So yeah, it did come out pretty good. Yeah, they came out pretty decent. Yeah, yeah. I just talked to a lady today. She said her and her boyfriend have been in this apartment for 6 years, and they keep praying that they get out of the apartment, but they can't. So far, it hasn't happened. And I've been here 3 years, and still hasn't happened. So I don't know if it's this area or if it's this whole state. Probably the whole state. But the only solution is to leave the state because I can be a housekeeper anywhere. Oh yeah, the corn bugs. Yeah, they ruin the corn. Yeah, and now you don't want to eat it because it's full of these bugs. You just feed it to the chickens, that stuff, because it's not edible for you because it's full of insects. Yeah, we had chickens too. When I had the garden, we had chickens, and I didn't let them in my garden because they pecked the crap out of it and ruined all my plants. But we did let them out. We let them free range and stuff once in a while. But the problem was is we didn't have a fenced yard, and they'd go into the front, and they would end up in the neighbor's yard, and they would end up crapping all over the concrete. They would crap wherever there was concrete. They wouldn't crap like on the dirt. They would crap on the walkway and stuff. So it was really gross. I don't know what is with chickens, but they love to shit on the concrete. It's more than they do the dirt. It's weird. At least the ones I had, they always like to shit on the concrete. They'd get on the concrete and then they shit right on it. And then when they get on the dirt, they wouldn't shit as much. I don't know. Maybe they feel happier or something when they're on concrete. I don't know much about chickens. I don't. waste too much thought on chickens because I haven't had them in a long time. And the last time we had them, this fox came and killed two or three of them. We had they bit through the chicken wire or whatever, and he got inside of the cage that we had him in, and he got in and killed him. Sad, but it's life, you know. Eventually, they're going to end up in a stew pot anyway. So and they live about 3 years, I think, and then they die. Kind of like they have like a life of like a fish. Like they live a few years and then they just die. You find them dead. You know, they stop producing eggs and then they're done. And that's life, right? Yeah, they are messy and they kind of have like their poop kind of smells like ammonia. It's like an ammonia smell to the poop. It's kind of stinky, but it's not really bad though. Um, it's not like cat crap where it's just disgusting. Had fox problems too. Granny taught me how to wring their necks and prepare them for cooking. Oh, I can't kill a chicken. There's no way. Um, no, I won't kill a chicken. I've never killed a chicken in my entire life, and I don't think I ever will. So you wring their necks, huh? To kill the chicken? That's for the old saying, I'm gonna wring your neck, right? Literally, from wringing the chicken's necks. So funny. So you're watching AVLK and then two other people. That's funny. I don't even know if they're watching. Uh, they might just have it on, but they're not like watching it. It's pretty funny though. Yeah, no one taught me how to kill chickens. Mm-mm. But my dad killed the chickens we had. My dad bought my brother Tommy about a dozen baby chicks when I lived in Orville, and he brought them back to our house. And my brother had them in a box with a light, and then my dad built this chicken coop for him, and we put him in the coop at night, and then at daytime they free range all over the yard, and then they got big enough, and we started to give them names, and one day my dad decided to kill all the chickens because the neighbor's dog was like killing our chickens. He was pulling them through the fence because the chickens would walk next to the fence, and our neighbor's dog would pull through the fence and kill them. And then the neighbor would cook the chicken for dinner. So my dad decided he was going to kill all the chickens that we had, and I was pretty upset because some of them I was attached to because I raised them from a baby. My dad caught the chicken and chopped the head off, and then cut the feet off and everything off, and then my brother Trevor buried the beaks and the feet, and my mom ended up cooking all the chickens. She put disgusting red wine on them, and we had to eat them for dinner that night. And I couldn't eat it because I knew it was my chicken. Oh, I can't. I couldn't do it. And I hate red wine. And she dumped red wine all over the chicken. It's disgusting. She taught me how to skin game. She came from the mountains of Virginia, half Cherokee. I was taught never to name what you end up eating. See, I made the mistake. We named all of our chickens, and my brother Tommy used to put our chickens. He used to put them on the clothesline and let them flap their wings, and he wouldn't let them jump off the clothesline. He just like make them bounce on the clothesline and keep flapping their wings because he was laughing at them. He kind of was a I don't know what you call that, but he just liked to mess with stuff. Yeah, I didn't have ducks, but we had geese. But we only had them. It was so funny. We only had them for like I think it was like only one day, and they flew away. I don't know how, but my mom couldn't figure out how they did it. But their wings were clipped, but somehow they figured out how to fly away because they flew away. Literally, they flew away and they never came back. So we only had it for like a day. And I don't even know why my mom bought geese because they're like not worth anything. Yeah, we had them for like 1 day and they flew away. And then we always had cats. We always had cats. And they'd catch the rats and put the dead rats on our porch. Yeah, never had ducks. Yeah, you can't even eat ducks. Ugh. And they say the eggs are gross too. Like you don't want to eat the duck eggs or eat duck because the meat's like really greasy. That's what I've heard. I've never eaten duck meat, but I've heard that it's not very good to eat. Ugh. Did you ever eat the ducks? Ish, yuck. Geese are good for letting you know if something. Oh yeah, yeah, and they're also good for biting your butt. Because I remember there were geese at this park that I used to go to in Fremont. There's a duck pond, and there was all these geese that were hanging around the shoreline, and they used to bite people, and they like to bite you in your butt. So yeah, they're good for biting your butt. uh, yeah, you don't want to eat the ducks. Just yeah, you're just good enough to float around in the bathtub. That's about it. They're not going to eat you because you're all greasy and nasty. That's probably why water repels off ducks because they're so oily. I guess maybe their feathers are so oily that that's why their meat's so greasy. I'm just guessing. Yeah, it sounds gross. You know, what's funny is I've never had this long of a conversation with my own family. I think the grand total my mom's ever talked to me is maybe an hour my entire life. So she doesn't know. She doesn't know nothing about me. She doesn't know anything about me. Not nothing. And she never took the time to know. You know, she doesn't. She didn't know any of these things. She just. She was just butthurt by us getting taken away by CPS when we were kids. She's still pretty mad about that. She feels like she was wrongly accused of something she didn't do, and she's gonna go to her grave believing that, but that's the truth, and it's not the truth. Yeah, seriously, my old mother has never spent more than an hour talking to me in my entire life because she doesn't know anything about me. She's never sat down and asked me anything. Never. She just prejudges me and she ignores me. So she does. The only one she's ever probably spending time with is my younger sister Trina, who she spends a lot of time with, and that's it. They're like twin sisters or something. Yeah, she just doesn't want to admit that she messed up. My mother doesn't want to admit that she messed up. And not having a relationship with her kids is the end result of her messing up. And if she could just admit what she did, she'd probably start to feel better and she wouldn't feel so resentful about it. And she'd probably ask for forgiveness and she would get it because it's been a long time and it's not worth hanging on to. Yeah, I am a reminder of it because every time she sees me, she brings it up about when we got taken away. And she doesn't understand how traumatizing it was for us too, because um, it's embarrassing, you know, to even remember those things. It's crazy because my mom's mother died. It's like that's not an excuse for her to do the things that she did because her mother died. Yeah, it's sad that her mother died, but you can't. It didn't give her the right to punish her children because her mother died. It's just the wrong thing to do. And I think if her mother could talk to her, she would have told her that was the wrong thing to do. Yeah, it still bothers her. Uh, I'm sure it still bothers her now that that she had CPS called on her because she, in her mind, felt that she did everything she could as a mother to take care of her children. And she didn't do everything she could. She did whatever she wanted, is what she did. She didn't do what she could. She did whatever she wanted because my dad let the rope out, and she took advantage of that. And then she blamed us for what happened. She's just lucky that CPS didn't take her kids away sooner. It took a while because we put up with a lot of crap before everything hit the fan, literally hit the fan, and the damage was done. And some of it's irreversible. And my dad, as an end result, has no personality. I don't even know who he is because he's so uh, repressed, or he called it repressed from who he was because of my mom. Like he forgot who he was because he was bullied so much that now he's just a small person. It's like a shadow of who he was. Yeah. And my mom, she likes to bully my dad, and he basically goes along with it and just thinks that's normal. And I don't know. I don't know. He's gonna die too, and he's gonna die being dominated by my mom. He never spoke up in his entire life, in the entire time they were together. He never spoke up. Never said anything in our defense. He always said everything in my mom's defense. Like when she'd do something wrong, and I asked my dad about it, he'd say, "Well, you know your mother," and I would say, "Do I know her? Do I really know who she is? I don't know." Yeah, it's sad, but no, she wasn't bullied as a child. No, she was just the product of her parents divorcing, and she lived with her mother at first, and then she ended up living with her dad because her mom was unstable and she couldn't take care of her kids right. And her dad had a lot of rules in his house, and she didn't like the rules, and she rebelled, and she ended up getting emancipated when she was 15, and she married my dad, and she had a bunch of kids. I don't know if that's bullied. I don't know the whole story because I wasn't there. Yeah, I should give you her phone number, and you could talk to her and maybe find out what's going on with her. That'd be funny. She'd probably like, what the hell is this? What a lot of rules. Sounds like she could. Yeah, yeah. The whole house, and when I was a kid, was all her rules. My dad, all he did was just pay all the bills, and my mom made all the rules, including the rules for him. She made all the rules for him too, and he followed them, which is sad because I always thought if you're the man of the house, and you make the rules. So, or it had to be 50-50. It wasn't even 50-50. It was my mom, and then my dad just went to work. Like he always said, "Oh, I go to work and then I give your mother my paycheck." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Like I'd ask him for like $1 and he goes, "I don't have any money. Your mother has all the money." It's like, "Why don't you have any money?" "Well, your mother has all the money." So it's weird. But that's the way they liked it. And I never agreed. I never approved of it. And sometimes I'd say something, but I always got shot down when I did. My mom always got pissed at me if I ever said anything. And after a while, I gave up because ultimately it should have been my dad who said something. Yeah, yeah, she did. And she couldn't deal with her mother being dead, so she'd drink a lot of alcohol, and then she'd be mean. And then if she wasn't being mean, she'd go to a bar and go get drunk at a bar. And sometimes she'd be out all night, drinking all night, and I told my dad get mad at my dad because my mom wasn't home, and he wouldn't worry about it, he would just go to bed. I'd be like, "Well, aren't you mad because mom isn't home?" And he was like, "Your mom will be home later." It was just sick. I just thought it was wrong that my dad didn't care that my mom didn't come home all night sometimes, like, she'd be gone all night, and she wouldn't come back until the morning sometimes, and he didn't care, he wasn't bothered by it. The only one who was bothered by it was me. Seemed like I was the only one who ever said anything. Everybody else kinda, like, didn't care, just didn't notice. I was the one always told my dad to say something or do something because I thought it's, like, extremely disrespectful to do that to our family because she was supposed to be our mom and she was acting like an idiot, you know? But she's the one that has to live with it. I don't have to live with it. But, in the end, it's my mom and dad's relationship, and they choose to live like that, and I don't make the rules. It's their house, we're adults, and we don't live at home anymore, and it's their lives, and I guess they're happy being together, and who am I to say anything? My dad doesn't mind my mom dominating him, it's fine, but it is what it is. I just never got to know my dad the way, he was supposed to be because 'cause he's been so his repressed into what he is. Yeah, I never got to know, uh, who my dad really was before he met my mom. Just he probably was a better person before he met my mom, uh, but my mom basically beat it out of him and dominated him and basically made him into a shell of who he was, and he never stood up for himself or his children. He just let my mom completely dominate him and our entire family, and basically, I hate to say it, she messed up her kids by being herself, by being sick, and my dad allowing her to be sick and take it out on his kids. It's just sick. And, it needs to be said, and my mom I mean, it doesn't even matter at this point, even if she saw this video, because my relationship with her is damaged anyway, and she doesn't ever talk to me hardly at all. She doesn't go out of her way to see me or her grandson. She doesn't care that much. She just likes living her stupid little life in her stupid little house and her husband who does whatever she says. That's the way she likes it. And that's the way it's gonna be. She never like wants to be close to anybody that are her children. She just keeps herself like distanced from everybody that's her children. She keeps all of her kids at arm's length, like literally further than that. It's just sad. Just absolutely sad. Uh, you know, you just find other people that you can connect with that are somewhat normal. I mean, who's normal, but just people that don't act like that, that will be your friend without um, strings attached. You know what I mean? It'd be nice to be around people that don't have expectations or strings attached. It's an unconditional friendship. That's all you ask. Just be my friend. You don't have to do anything for me. Just be my friend, and I'll be your friend, and we can talk to each other and help each other out sometimes if we have to help each other. It's just nice. Yeah, it is sad. And I know their phone number and I don't call them because I know they don't care if I call and they don't seem enthusiastic that I called, so I don't bother. It's hard to find people who don't have strings to wrap around you. Yeah, there's always conditions with some people that they have, there's an ulterior motive why they want to be your friend. That's why when that woman who crashed my car into the wall, initially when we moved in, She wanted to be all buddy buddy, and she was like basically pushing herself on me and my boyfriend, just like being real overly friendly. And it's like, what's the angle here? Why are you so nice to me? You don't even know me. What are you trying to cook us and eat us? That's the impression I got. It's like kind of creepy. It's like, ooh, it's weird. And then later on, it was an ulterior motive. Um, yeah, she was trying to seem like she was trying to sleep with my boyfriend. Just yeah, I don't know. Some people are just it's like, well, all of a sudden you being so nice to me. You don't even know me. Some people are weird. Yeah, do you ever wonder why someone you don't even barely know, like they're like want to be your best friend, like instantly? It's like, why don't we just take this slowly and just see where it goes? Don't strangle me, okay? Don't suffocate me with all this crap because I feel like you're gonna like turn me into gingerbread people or something. Maybe the bear said you tasted good but got away. Yeah. Oh, the bear. Are you talking about the tent? I don't know about tasting good. Probably said you taste like freaking butt juice or something. Because you haven't bathed. There's like a bad smell coming off your flesh. You smell a little bit gamey. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of stuff happened. Yeah, the rump roast. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of felt like one. I always kept my butt away from the side of the tent at night because I always worried something was going to try to take a bite out of me. Oh God. Like you hear a twig snap and you're like scooting away from the sides, but you can't really because there's not a lot of room inside the tent. Then you go scoot over and you turn on the lantern and you look up and there's a huge, like big fat spider hanging above your head. You're like, good thing I turned the light on. And you go smash it like that, kill it and squash it before it bites your kid in the face. Yeah, that's called reality. And reality is, yeah, eventually you will be a rump roast. But we got lucky. I think they were just brown bears, and brown bears don't eat people. So, but I still kind of worried about a little bit. You know, who knows? He might have been hungry. He could have decided to take a bite if he wanted to, but it didn't. So we got lucky. Yeah. But I think in the inner cities, you don't have to worry about being a rump roast. I think you just have to worry about somebody trying to kill you if you're living outdoors in a tent. In the mountains, yeah, you have to worry about being a rump roast because the wild animals. But in the city, yeah, you just have to worry about bad people trying to rob you. Yeah. Yeah, just we live in a day and age where you should feel lucky to have a roof over your head. Yeah, it's nice to not be out in the elements where you're getting, you know, bit by stuff and you're cold and wet, damp, trying to stay warm. It's not fun. And then you see other people getting hotel vouchers and all that, and you're not getting anything. Keep yourself out of the weather. Nobody cares. Yeah, yeah. There's like no jobs. Yeah, it's like it's slow right now. Like there's no work. There's hardly any work right now because I think it's that time of year. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do. Just hopefully our luck holds out and we can keep bringing money into this place and keep ourselves here at least for a while. I hope because I hate to think of the options we have if we didn't have a way to keep ourselves here. I mean, I know what my options are, but they're not exactly pleasant. Now, the next time, if oh God, I want to say next time, but if we ended up not having a place to stay, we'd have to go to my boyfriend's parents' house, literally drop our crap in their front room and say, "We're moving in." That's what would have to happen, right? And then your parents would be pissed. So that would be our option. Yeah. And I think his parents know that too. And they're like, "Oh shit. Keep your job. Please keep your job." Well, thank you, Hack Rasha. Does that say Hack Rasha? Thank you for watching. I didn't even know you were watching, but thank you for watching. Thank you for watching my huge rant. I was like talking about absolutely nothing. But thank you for watching. Appreciate it. Now you know all about my crazy mom and where I get some of my brain damage from. But like I said, talking to you guys is the longest I've ever talked to my mom. My mom's maybe talked to me like for an hour my entire life because she don't know nothing about me. She doesn't even know what my favorite color is or nothing. She don't know nothing. She doesn't know what I like to watch. She couldn't name anything because she doesn't care. Well, I'm glad you guys stayed awake to watch this. It's like probably extremely boring for you guys because you're not here, so you can't really visualize it. Like I wish I could do a instant replay of Turbo with her music and all the crazy stuff she did with the Jeep and all that. Wish I could run that like a video or something, kind of make it a little more exciting. Because just talking about it doesn't sound very interesting. It just sounds like an insurance settlement. Well, I'm glad you're not bored. Because my mom would have been bored like 20 years ago. She's like, oh, she never want to listen to me talk. She never listened to me, period. I'm not trying to do boohoo stuff, but I'm used to it. But I'm glad I found you guys and that you're listening. It's pretty cool, actually. Actually, what they call these streams? They call these streams cults. It's just a weird thing to say. It's like this isn't a cult. It's almost like you call it like a video call or something. It's almost like a phone call, but not really. Well, I hope we see each other on the other side, right? Like if Vladimir Putin wanted to drop a nuke or something, we can remember each other's names, and then when we cross over to God, we remember we talked on these stupid little electronic devices, right? And you guys should make a live stream, set one up, and then um, I'm already subscribed to you, so if you do a live stream, I'll click on it and watch it, even if it's 8 hours long. I'd rather watch you guys than some stupid jury duty. Yeah, I know they're called Hangouts, huh? So you guys are more fluent with what things are called. Yeah, some people call them live streams or whatever you call it, but you call them Hangouts. Oh, Google Hangout. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, okay, now I get it. Okay. I've never done one of those. Oh, you've done the Google Hangouts. Yeah, not worried about money. The money making stuff that people do on YouTube where they ask for money, people to donate to them or something. No, I don't need anyone to donate to me because I make my own money. So I do it the hard way. I do it the legal way, the way that busts your ass and makes your feet hurt and your brain hurt and your soul hurt. I do it the right way. Yeah, it is a nice little circle. And you know what? There's a couple names on here that I didn't even know were watching, and I'm glad I saw their names, and I'm going to try to remember their names because I appreciate them watching. And then there's Barb Arnetta. She watches sometimes, I believe. Not all the time, but she does watch. And she'll leave a thumbs up, and I appreciate that. She talks about chemtrails, which I don't know a lot about, but she does. I just know that it's probably true because I know I've been feeling sick lately a lot, and there's all these stripes in the sky, and I've never been this sick before. How about you guys? You've been sick a lot lately in the past couple years? Just kind of funky. Yeah. Yeah, I watch it whenever she uploads a video, I'll watch it. 'Cause that's her main forte, I think, is the chemtrails she likes to talk about. Yeah, and she told me she used to get a lot more views, and now her view count's down a lot, and so her subs aren't moving up. They're not moving much at all. So, but you can't prove it that anything's going on. So you end up going to these stupid other try to go to these other platforms and they don't work out, and then YouTube goes, "Ha ha, I win. Go back to us." You just come crawling back, and you just take whatever scraps they let you have, and then they block all the people that are actually watching, and they can't watch your channel. It's just annoying. And I've been making videos for a long time, and I think it's just gotten worse. The censorship has obviously gotten worse, where people are actually noticing view numbers and subscribers actually dropping off, and you look at it and you go, wow, what did I do wrong? Oh, does she have oh, she has more than one channel? Her name is Angel Cat H. So she probably has more than one channel. That's cool. But I typed in her name and I couldn't find it anywhere. Wonder why. That's weird. Usually I can find people pretty fast when I type it in. But I couldn't find hers. I see trails and the sun doesn't look right. Yeah, it looks like there's a guy that did a video today. I can't remember his name, but um he says that the sun is extremely extra bright than it was back in the 80s and 90s and the early 2000s. It's like now really super bright. Yeah, and it's not fair. I mean, does anyone remember when Mitt Romney was running for president and the IRS came in and audited a bunch of people? I think it really started then when it started to get really bad and they were trying to shut us up. And I think it started then during right before Obama's second term. They really started cracking down on everybody, and now it's gotten really bad. And then we keep getting all these trolls that come on and they write really disgusting things, and you almost wonder if they're like paid to write stuff like that because how can they believe what they're writing when it's actually a lie? What they're writing is a bunch of lies. Most of what they write is flat out lies. How do they believe their own lies? Oh wait, the devil is a lie, and the devil believes his own lies. That's why he's the devil. Yeah, it's pretty cold outside tonight, and it's weird. The weather it's like really cold at night, and then lately it's been really cold at night, and it's like kind of warm day. It's really weird weather. Yeah, I had some trolls. A troll that kept following me around when I was making those Orville Dam videos. When I was watching that Susan Walding channel, and I made a few videos when I'd watch her channel of the dam. It was a live channel of the dam, and then I'd make videos of my own about it, the information I gathered. And there's this one guy that kept commenting on my channel all the time, and he lied and said that he was like an employee or something, and he was the one who put the rebar or something in, and he kept writing comments and writing really rude stuff. I ended up having to ban him because it got really bad. He was really got out of control. And it's so funny because I look at my channel settings and it still says he's banned from commenting. So funny. But that was the only really bad one, was that stupid idiot. Yeah, I used to comment on her channel all the time. I don't know what happened to her channel. Susan Walding, if she still uh puts up videos about the dam, or if she stopped doing that. I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any videos of or live cam of the dam. I haven't seen her put anything up there. I know you have to go to was it the state parks website to find it if you want to watch it, the 24-hour feed. Oh, she gave it up, huh? That's too bad. Well, there's not a lot of activity right now, so she probably she found something else, some other subject. But the whole point of that was to prove that there was structural damage to the dam and they didn't fix it, and the money was obviously used for something else. The money that was supposed to be used to fix the dam was diverted somewhere else. That was probably the whole point of her channel, was the necessary repairs weren't made. Yeah, they kept. Yeah, didn't they say that their satellite or something went down, and that's why the webcam or the live cam kept crashing, something like that. And then there was hours and hours where it didn't work. Just strange. I mean, if it's a satellite, we have satellite signals. Why would it go out? If it's in space, it should never go out. It should always be on. It should always be on. So they just don't want us to know the truth. That's why they kept turning off the camera. That's why they kept screwing with it, because they want people looking at it and thinking about it, thinking that there's something wrong with it. Too bad we can't put cameras on our stupid Democrats 24 hours a day and watch them make mistakes, and then we can catch them in it and pause the video, do like a screenshot, and catch them right in the middle of their BS. But they sure as hell like to bug and wire all the Republicans' devices now, don't they? So if a Republican did that to a Democrat, there'd be riots in the streets. But they have no problem bugging our stuff and suppressing our stuff. No problem at all. And we just sit down and take it and accept it. Because that's what we do. We just accept it because we don't accept the globalist ideas. We don't accept communism. We don't accept socialism. We don't like it because we know what's involved with that way. It doesn't work for us because we want to be free. We don't want the government telling us what to do. They already tell us what to do too much already. Yeah. Yeah, we are getting tired of it. But it doesn't make us stop putting videos up just because we're tired of it. People are still putting videos up. I see it. People are still putting new videos up on YouTube, even though their numbers are being played with. And like they'll put a live feed up and it'll like start buffering really bad, but they still put it up anyway. Because you can't let these people stop you from saying what you want to say. But no problem putting up videos of transgenders and stuff, right? They don't mess with their view numbers. They let them have millions and billions of views of people transgendering, and people that identify as furries and stuff. They don't have anybody playing with their channel or playing with anything that they have or messing with their Facebook. That's not fair. I thought this was a free country that you could say or do whatever you want. And you know what? This is a webcam, so they're probably watching somewhat right now what we're doing. And it's probably, for the most part, extremely boring, but they're probably just waiting for keywords that they need so that they can tear off half of my viewers, like half of my subscribers. Like they can take away half my subscribers overnight. That's what they do, isn't it? And you can't prove it. It just a bunch of people are gone. Yeah. And they're watching everybody. It's not just us, it's everybody. And they're compiling it and then they're going to use it against us later when the Democrats completely get control of the House and the Senate and the presidency. This will all be used against us. And they'll consider us to be rebels, and then we'll be thrown into camps or something unless we comply with the rules and we give in because we want to keep our lives and not end up in jail or encampments or whatever. Yeah, yeah. Some channels are considered hate speech. I mean, for God's sake, you can't even wear a MAGA hat out in public without somebody going out of their mind. It just sucks because most of us have to keep our mouths shut because we want to keep our stupid little job, our stupid little lives, so we keep going on in this money-driven system. When we have so many resources and we could live off the land ourselves. We have animals and food, and we have water and soil, and we have a brain, but yet we have to depend on government to tell us what to do. But yet everything we need is right here, and we can do it ourselves, but we have to follow all the rules. Can't even dig a well on your own property if you buy a piece of property because oh, it's too close to the city, it's too close to the road or something. It's just insane. Yeah, I know it's not about Trump. It's just about people that are voting against the establishment. I think they're trying to get rid of that stupid Joe Biden too. They're trying to get rid of Joe Biden so they can make room for they said that Hillary, I guess, because she has this um delusion of being president, I guess, and so if they get rid of the front runner Joe Biden and they let the Hunter Biden conspiracy stick, um, he'll step down or he'll drop out, and then she'll join the race in time, and then she'll be in the debates and all that, and then they'll push her up, they'll bump her up to the top because there's a lot of idiots that really like her that really believe that she's the right choice. It's crazy, isn't it crazy? So crazy. And she's part of this. I mean, she's part of this censorship that's up on YouTube and other websites. She's part of it, and she wants to be president. Like, if it was up to her, she'd probably kill us all off, like Hitler. People that she doesn't like and she doesn't agree with, she just kill you. I believe it. She's crazy enough. She's killed enough people already. She's not going to stop. She's got a lot of years on her, I'm sure. She's got probably 20 years left on her. And she can still do a lot more damage. She's not done. Either is her husband. Don't look at him like he's innocent just because he looks like he's sick. He's just as evil as she is. And I don't even like talking about her because she's scary. She's a scary person. She's very cold blooded. I mean, she laughed about that Jeffrey Epstein hanging himself in his cell. She thought it was funny. I don't find it funny. It's not funny at all. She's sick. Oh, I couldn't imagine her being president. I think the world would end. I think people would just go in the streets and start going nuts if she ended up being. It would be a nightmare from hell. Oh my God, that's so much worse than Obama. Because even Obama's not as crazy as she is. I mean, she's completely whacked. I mean, even Obama had his limits of what he'd pull because he knew he had his limits. I don't think he hated the people that much. She hates people more than he does. And now she feels more betrayed because she's not president. Sorry, it's not going to happen. You didn't put the work in. That's why you're not president. I don't want to be president. And I was sure as hell wouldn't want someone just placing me there just because I want to be president. So I know I can't do it. So I'm not going to bother. Plus, I don't, I hate to say it, but even my boyfriend said it that women shouldn't be president. It's too big of a job. I don't know. It's just my opinion. You can feel any way you want. But personally, I wouldn't want the job. I wouldn't want it. The only job I might want is maybe senator or something. That's about it. Nothing bigger than that. That's enough responsibility. That'd be enough. I wouldn't want to be the leader of the world of the country. No thanks. I wouldn't want all that pressure. Would you? Would you want all that pressure? Mm-mm. No thanks. No, the left doesn't have any limits. Yeah, I can't name. Yeah, even if a woman did run, I couldn't name who would make a good candidate because we don't know who it is. Uh, she definitely couldn't be left wing. No, we've had enough of that. Uh, she'd have to be she'd have to be kind of like a Sarah Palin type person. She's I don't know, just that would be the type that I think everybody wouldn't mind having the president. I think she'd be kind of a neutral person, just family oriented type person that doesn't mind both roles, being a housewife and being leader. Ooh, wow. Yeah. It'll be somebody, we just don't know who it is. We have no idea. But it's not Hillary Clinton. Everyone said it's not Hillary. It's not Hillary Clinton. And it's definitely not Ivanka Trump. And it's not I just don't see Ivanka Trump wanting to run that's just stupid. She doesn't have she's not presidential material. She's not outspoken. She doesn't seem very outspoken. She's pretty quiet. Kind of like her brother Eric. I don't see it. Mm-mm. I can't think of anybody who would. Hmm, not even what's her name? I can't even think of her name, but I can't think of anybody. But it'll come up. Maybe the next 10 years, maybe somebody will rise up. But she's gonna be like a Margaret Thatcher. It'd have to be the reincarnation of Margaret Thatcher because she knew about socialism and it never works. Socialism works until you run out of other people's money, I think is what she said. You need someone like her. I think people get behind her. That or Sarah Palin. Sarah Palin or Margaret Thatcher or can't think of anybody else besides those two names. Those two women would be perfect. Yeah, it's just there. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't I haven't seen too many women that are very outspoken like that. Even senators and Congress people, I haven't seen too many that are really outspoken that are very presidential type that know what they're talking about, that are confident. Um, just I don't know. Margaret Thatcher or Sarah Palin. They're the only ones I can think of. That's it. And I don't even think they want the job. I don't even think Sarah Palin would want to run as president because she has that bad, um, that karma from John McCain and just a lot of bad blood. So I don't think she wants the job anyway. I don't know who's going to run in 2024. Do you? It's too far ahead. All we can think about is 2020, right? The big 2020, which I think Trump will win because they keep calling attention to him. They keep complaining about him every day. They're like every stinking day they complain about Trump, 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 Trump. Blah, blah, blah. Every day it's Trump. Every day it's Trump. Every day it's Trump. Every day it's Trump. It's like, geez, I'm the one who voted for him, and you talk about him more than I do. They talk about him every damn day. It's like I only talk about Trump maybe twice a week. I don't talk about him every single day. I don't talk about Trump every single day. Every hour is Trump. What's Trump doing? What did he do? What did he say? Where's he going? Did he start a war with Kim Jong Un? Is he going to start a war with China, a trade war? It's like they never look at anything he does as good. They always look at everything he does as bad. That's all they do is they look at everything he's done as wrong. They never look at anything he does as right. It kind of reminds me of my stinking boss at that hotel I worked at. All she ever did was look at the stuff I did wrong. She never cared about when I did things good. She always had to find wrong stuff. That's what they do with the president. They always emphasize everything negative about him all the time, every single day, that he's a terrible person and that he needs to get out of office or whatever. Like he never lets us Trump supporters like actually enjoy him being in office. They just have to keep peeing on our parade. They have to keep making us feel bad about him being president. And we never did that with Obama. It's like for the most part we just accepted him being president and it left it alone. I mean, Sean Hannity complained about him, but it wasn't like every single network complaining about Obama. There's like one network that complained about Obama, and that was Fox. Everything else, all the rest of the channels, all either never talked about Obama or when they talked about Obama, it was always super, super nice. That's what I remember. They were always very respectful when they talked about the Obamas. They were always super nice. And the only channel I ever talked against him was Fox. And then one stinking network talked about Obama. The rest was all super nice to the Obamas. Is that what you remember? All the mainstream media was super, super nice about talking about Obamas. That's what they did. And one network talked against Obama, and that's it. The rest, Obama had pretty much smooth sailing. Everybody loved him. Everybody praised him. Even Fox wasn't really that hard on him. They weren't that hard on him. They were actually pretty easy on him about the griping. Like we didn't go into the streets and all that when he signed the executive order on Obamacare and all that. We didn't hit the streets. All we did was we just dealt with it. Figured we couldn't do anything about it anyway. And that was it. And my dad and my mom both voted for Obama. And it just sick. I swear to God, it's like family ties. It's like my parents are freaking Democrats and then I vote for Republicans, like, and I'm weird. Yeah, so and all the people that voted for uh, Obama twice ended up voting for Trump. But obviously there's the predictable ones that still vote Democrat anyway. But the smart ones who voted for Obama twice learned their lesson and voted for Trump, and the ones that didn't learn anything voted for Hillary. And those are the ones who have entitlement issues, who want to live on welfare for the rest of their lives, voted for Hillary. And the ones that voted for Obama thought there was going to be change and there wasn't, and they voted for Trump. So there's a difference. Yeah. So, and I had to unregister to vote, and it was very painful for me to do that because I do love the right to vote. I was just trying to get out of jury duty because I'm getting tired of it. Yeah, I don't like the things he changed while in office. Yeah, he did. He did some really bad things while he was in office. But thank God he's gone, right? Uh, some people say, "Oh, he was a great statesman. He knew how to speak very well. He spoke well when he spoke. He was very presidential when he spoke." Uh, Maybe so. I just didn't like his policies. I don't care how he talked. I didn't agree with it. But you know what? We're better off without McCain and without Romney because we wouldn't have got Trump if we got McCain and Mitt Romney. We would have ended up with a Democrat, and then we would have been in for a huge shock when they would have just like overnight probably would have shut everybody down. Like all of the conservative channels would have been shut down. And the reason why most of the conservative channels haven't been shut down on YouTube is because we have Trump. Although there is censorship, of course, and there are people that are more popular that have been booted off, but the people like us who aren't as popular or not popular at all are still here because we have Trump. And I think the globalists who want to uh, go head first into sticking the meat fork in us and uh, bleeding out our arteries can't do it yet because Trump is still there getting in the way. So who knows? I don't know. I don't know. But I'm just glad I haven't been kicked off yet, but I might still be. I might still be kicked off January, what they say, January 1st. Channels that aren't producing enough revenue or something or aren't producing anything. Who the fuck are they to say, well, who's generating anything? What do we need to do? Do transgender dances and stuff to get all these stinking views or whatever? Stupid jerks. Yeah, so this is actually kind of fun, even though um, I'm not talking about anything in particular, but it is still fun. You know what I mean? Oh, YouTube is turning into TV. Oh yeah, I've noticed that there's this thing icon called YouTube TV, and it's like they're trying to convince people to watch TV through YouTube. It's like, I don't want to watch TV. I don't even like TV. That's why I got rid of cable. I don't like what's on it. It's nothing but trash. It's just a bunch of stupid garbage like Jerry Springer and stuff. Like when I clean rooms and someone leaves a TV on and they'll have it on something, and usually it'll be some stupid show or something, or Jerry Springer or something, and it's the same old garbage I remember back in the 90s. It was the same stupid television, just pointless crap, just a bunch of selfish garbage. Like, you're not the father, or you are the father, or the lie detector test proved that you were telling the truth. It's like, why am I watching this? Why do I care if somebody's telling the truth when somebody lie detected tested him for cheating or why do I give a crap? Why am I getting involved? That's between them. Why are they going on national TV to find out if their boyfriend's cheating on them? If they have to do a lie detector test, then their relationship isn't solid to begin with. Yeah, it's stupid. It's like, how do you not know who the father is? And how does he know? It's so stupid. Obviously, he knows he's the father. If he recognizes the woman, then he knows he's a stinking dad. So dumb. Yeah, I have TVs, but I don't have cable. You know, back in the day, people used to turn TVs into planter boxes. They used to put potting soil inside of them and turn them into decorations. Wonder what the world would be like without TV. It'd be probably a better world without a bunch of mindless crap. Because a lot more stuff would get done. if people didn't watch so much TV, I think people would probably go outside more and do things, find more things to do that they didn't remember they ever used to do. Yeah, it'd be a better world if people would stop watching TV. Yeah, I think people would start to actually talk to each other instead of watching TV. Think about it, sleeping a lot of people. Yeah, because they're too busy watching these mindless shows. Like the other place I used to work at, people would ask me if I watched an episode of something, and I'm like, never even heard of it. I don't watch TV, and they're like, oh, okay, because I don't watch it because it's boring. And I decided that back in 2005 when I got my apartment that I didn't want cable. I just made a decision. I was like, I don't really care about cable. Now that I got my own place, I don't want cable, and it's my decision. And I remember the cable people knocking on my door and saying, "Do you realize you don't have cable at your apartment?" And I go, "I know that because I don't want cable. I did that on purpose." And then they leave and whatever, and they'd come back a few months later and they'd ask me if I wanted cable installed, and I said, "No, I don't need cable." And my kids hated it. They're like, "Oh, I hate it. We can't watch TV." And they would go to their friend's house and go watch TV for like a couple hours. And I'm like, "Sorry, that's just my rules. I don't watch TV. And if you want to watch something, just watch a movie or something. Or we'll rent a movie and watch a movie." They hated it. But you know what? It's probably for their own good. Maybe I did them a favor. So, but they're probably making up for lost time, probably watching the crap out of TV right now for all the years I didn't let them watch TV. Now they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna watch so much TV, I'm gonna overdose on it." Bunch of stupid garbage. And it's like you look at your kid and they like stuff that's totally stupid. Like they like idolize people that rap, and you look at it and you go, "This is garbage." You listen to the music they like, and it just sounds stupid. And they're like, "Isn't it great?" It's like, yeah, it sounds like crap. It sounds stupid. It just sounds like a high school talent contest, and people are just listening to it to be polite. TV can be an addiction. Yeah. Yeah, I remember I used to watch a lot of TV. When I lived in Fremont, I used to watch a lot of TV because I'd get depressed and I'd stare at the stupid TV. I didn't feel better either. I felt drained. Used to watch the Osbournes, and I kind of felt like I was like engulfed in their life, watching their stupid show, just watching them live their selfish lifestyle. And the sad thing is, later on, Ozzy cheated on his wife with his hairdresser. So their lives are just stupid. Just it was superficial. It's never worked out. He was never on the right path. He ended up being a dirtbag. It's too bad because they were together for a long time, and he ended up burning his wife, by cheating on her with his hairdresser. What a waste. That's sad. But it is what it is. He made his bed, now he's gotta lay in it. Like remember Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he cheated on his wife with the housekeeper, and she had a baby and it was his baby. And his wife, I think, knew about it, and then she knew it was his. It was such a mess. And then they divorced, and it's just sad. But that's it, right? What's music? It's what that noise is. Is that what that noise is? All for camera. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, you kind of laugh at it, but then you go, God, that's just so stupid. He threw his marriage away to sleep with his stupid housekeeper, and it wasn't even a relationship. It was just something to do. I'm sure. It obviously there was nothing there. and then they had that baby. Yeah, it's just stupid. Feel sorry for the kid. Just bizarre, like how he was made. I would hate to be the product of that, of cheating. Yeah, I was made because my father cheated on his wife and made me, and he's not with my mom. Oh God, you just gotta like check your brain, right? When you hear or read those stories. Wow, this is crazy. It's like the Hunter Biden, how he made that baby with the stripper, and then they don't even acknowledge the baby. His family doesn't even acknowledge that baby. That's sad. It's pretty sad, wouldn't you say? It is, huh? I think you learn a lot when you think about what's right and what's wrong. Just look at Hollywood and see their mistakes, and you go, "I'm not doing that." You just learn from their mistakes. Just like Britney Spears, like she had a couple of kids, and then her husband took her kids away because she was irresponsible. Because she was irresponsible. She wasn't ready to be a parent, and she fucked up or she messed up. It's too bad. But I don't think she was too hurt about it because she got a new boyfriend and she shaved her head. I don't think she was worried about her kids at that point. So she's probably better off not having her kids. I know, and all times for it to come out, it is sad. No self-restraint, no faithfulness, all for camera. People up to celebs. Well, I don't know. Yeah, it's just these celebrities, they sell their soul to the devil for fame and fortune, and then they marry people for vain reasons. They marry each other for probably status or whatever, and it doesn't work out. And they don't care because then they just marry somebody else. It's kind of like a soap opera. They just marry and divorce, marry and divorce. Then they get back together with the person that they divorced before, and then they divorce them and marry somebody else, and then they start sneaking around and making phone calls to their ex, and then they get together and then they separate. It's so stupid. They're such vain pricks. They're such vain jerks. I don't even know why. Um, I don't even know why that happens. It's almost like they're under a spell or something. They're under a spell, and they're angry. They're angry people. I mean, look at. They're not happy. I mean, look at Robin Williams. He hung himself with his belt, right? He had everything, and he still killed himself. He made so many movies, and I liked a lot of his movies. And he killed himself. He was a coward. He couldn't face up to his problems, so he killed himself. Then it kind of makes you feel indifferent. It's like, yeah, but he had everything. Why would you kill yourself? You had a family and nice life. You're made a lot of movies. You're talented. Why would you kill yourself? I don't know. It's because I guess he couldn't handle it or whatever. He just couldn't deal with it. They dropped two new charges on Trump tonight. Bribery and wire fraud. Bribery and wire. They want 20 years in prison. Sick how our president's being removed. Um, bribery and wire fraud. Who did he bribe? In wire fraud? But he wired money? Are they trying to say he wired money to somebody for a favor? Where's this evidence of this? Sounds like a crock of crap to me. They want to get 20 years in prison. Um, Trump isn't going to see a day in prison. I saw that on a headline with a voice. Wait. So when did this story break? Is this like a new development? Like that just happened? Like, had like a an alert or something? Like, what about the Giuliani thing? Didn't he say he had some new information he got from Ukraine on the Bidens or something? Okay, let's just say if they get it to stick, it ain't gonna be good because Trump isn't gonna be removed. And I'm no expert, but I don't see it happening. Unless they're crazy if they do that. They're crazy. Oh, there's the link, right? Wow. I bet it better not happen because I swear to God, people are gonna lose their crap. If Trump is removed, people are gonna lose their crap. I swear to God, they're gonna lose their crap. People are not gonna put up with this crap with all the homeless and everything, and people losing, they're gonna lose their jobs. If the economy's gonna crash, the stock market's gonna crash, everything's gonna crash. The whole country is gonna collapse because Trump is basically keeping everything afloat. Trump isn't gonna do 20 years in prison. Is that why that stupid Schumer was talking all big game today? Because they think they got him on bribery and wire fraud. Where's this new evidence? Who's the one dropping this? Is the whistleblower that hasn't spoke out yet? Is the whistleblower that stupid, what's his name? Bug-eyed Schiff? Will Johnson reported on his YouTube channel. United America First, they are really desperate because they know Trump will win the election. Will Johnson reported on his YouTube channel. Unite America First, they're really desperate. Yeah, of course they're desperate. Who else they got? Joe Biden? He's got no energy. He's a front runner, right? He's got 37% or something. He's like way ahead. And he's only got what 100 people at his town hall rallies. He's like got nobody there. They're only gonna win by election fraud, by cheating. That's how they win, is they cheat. That's sad. So sad. Because they know that the actual people aren't voting Democrat. They're just they're just stuffing the ballot boxes full of Democrat votes. But they know deep down the people that's not what they want. Look at the rallies, Trump's rallies. They're so packed. And I wish he would do some rallies here in California, even if people end up um, rioting or whatever. Let them riot. Let people go nuts. Let people um, start fights. We need to shake things up because if we don't shake things up, we're not going to win. We're going to keep losing. Oh, that's her link to her channel, Angel Cat H. Ah, cool. Thanks. Laugh out loud. Imagine Biden trying to debate Trump. Poor Joe. Oh, God. Sleepy Joe. He'd probably fall asleep in the middle of the debate, or he would forget where he is, and then Trump would probably try to remind him or offer to give him a cup of coffee or something or donut, something to give him enough sugar or something to give him energy. She was taking and people are on this. Yeah. Will Hillary run? Oh, please. Oh, Trump wants Hillary to run because then he'll knock her out again. What a joke. So, what's this wire fraud? I mean, who's the one? Where's the proof of it? Do they have a smoking gun? No, I doubt it. It's a smoking gun. If they don't got a smoking gun, they don't got a case. That's really bothering me. This wire fraud, it's bothering me. Bribery, they don't got nothing. Who did he bribe? There's no quid pro quo. That's what they said. The leader of Ukraine said there was no quid pro quo. It's in the transcript too. So where's this wire fraud? And who's the one that said it? The whistleblower that never came forward? The whistleblower is Schiff. Everybody knows it is. Yawking, that's funny. Yawking. Yeah, we've been on this for 4 hours. That's insane. Last time it was only an hour. Oh, the headlines of the watch the headline of the voice. Yeah. I'm sure if there is any bribery and wire fraud, it'll be all over mainstream media, and all of the wolves in sheep's clothing will be drooling and showing their fangs. And if they do have any proof that he's done something, the world's going to come to an end, literally, because we are hanging on by barely a thread. I believe that our country is basically on the verge of collapse if Trump is indicted on any charges. Basically, our whole country and our party is basically gone. It's gonna collapse because there's nobody else with a backbone besides him, unless you can come up with somebody else. I know I can't. We all think we can trust Fox News for 2020. I like Tucker Carlson and a few others. Yeah, Tucker Carlson is the only one keeping Fox News on the air. Because if they got rid of Tucker, oh my God, Fox News would be dead. Their channel would collapse. I mean, my boyfriend watches Tucker whenever he comes on, and I imagine millions of other people too. And if there's no Tucker, it'd be like, hello? It'd be like Tucker withdrawals. Where's Tucker? It'd be like, instead of where's Waldo, where's Tucker? You need to dig him up, find him. Because if you can't find Tucker, Fox News is dead. They're not going to have a channel. All they have is Hannity, right? And Laura Ingraham, and that's about it. And the five, yeah, wasn't it bought by Disney? Didn't Disney buy Fox? Something like that. They control everything. I can't say they control everything because it'd be like saying someone else controls everything. But they're buying everything. Didn't they buy the Star Wars franchise too? I think they control it, and then they control Fox. They probably control a lot of things that we don't know about. So Disney's huge. Yeah, it used to be George Lucas, right, that owned Star Wars. And then obviously Disney bought it, and then the movies were no longer good anymore. They're real crummy. That's what I heard. They're no good anymore. They strayed away from the formula. You should never stray away from the formula. They should have, even if Luke Skywalker was too old, like the original character of Luke Skywalker, the actor. They should have just hired another actor that looked just like him to do the character, and just do the same routine, just the same kind of acting, just a different actor. But don't put a bunch of females in the movie and ruin the whole storyline. That's not fair. Even women have to agree that that wasn't fair. That wasn't cool. I mean, you got to be realistic. Otherwise, the movie's not interesting to watch. You have to be more real about it. I think that's why people like reality TV, because they like real things better than fictional made up stuff. It's a lot more interesting. Like this is not that interesting, but if they impeach Trump, oh my God, uh, yeah, it's gonna get interesting. It's gonna be more interesting than a reality show. Uh, I can't say what's going to happen because I don't know what's going to happen. If he was um, removed from presidency, like if the Senate decided that there was enough evidence against the president to impeach him and remove him from office, yeah, there'd be some problems. I can almost guarantee you there'd be some problems because there's people that um, basically are depending on Trump for their life. And if he's removed, there's no other hope. So, yeah, it's Civil War II at this point. Yeah, yeah, it would be. And I have a video about it. I made a video about Civil War if Trump was removed, and it has quite a few views. Not a crap load of them, but I got I made it, I think 2 months ago, almost 2 months ago. It's got 240 something views. Not bad actually. I didn't think I'd get that much response, but there were some trolls on there that made some rude comments, but I'm not a snowflake, so I'm not going to melt over that. They think the reason for the females is to make them hated. Notice how everything awful has a female face, but they don't have real power. Oh, you're talking about the Star Wars? Like, yeah. Oh, so you're saying a lot of the evil characters on Star Wars are females. Hmm. Yeah. I think the female characters on Star Wars should be like mothers and daughters and stuff. That's about it. That's what they should be. They can be in the movie, but they should just have smaller roles. Yeah, it's political politics. Mark Dice was laughing about it. I think it was yesterday. He was making fun of it. He was like, "Why does the lead villain in the movie have purple hair? I mean, why does she have to have purple hair? Is that like a symbolic thing or something? Why does it have to be purple? Why can't she just have regular hair?" But I don't know. It's because it's political. It has to do with our social issues. And it doesn't seem realistic for Star Wars because that's not the way it was before. The females in the movie were never like that. They were just regular people. That now they're all nuts, I guess. Yeah, yeah. My boyfriend said that too. That was crummy. How they killed Luke Skywalker and they killed Han Solo, and of course Carrie Fisher. She's dead, so she died in real life, so she couldn't return. That's sad. They just killed the whole thing. They killed the two main characters, Han Solo and Luke Skywalker, and it was in the prime of their lives, killed. I mean, they had another 20 years of their lives. They could have still played a role in the movies. They killed them off, kind of killed off the whole thing. It's insane. It's like you didn't even give them a chance to even develop the reunion of their character. You killed them too fast. No one even got to really see what they were really like later on. They were already killed. It's like they barely even did anything. It's weird. It wasn't it Han Solo's son killed him because he turned into some dark character and he killed his dad. Just doesn't make sense. It's like why would Han Solo and Carrie Fisher make a baby and their baby is evil? Stupid. Why wouldn't it be a good why wouldn't it be a Jedi? Why wouldn't they have a baby that's a Jedi? Because Han Solo was on the right side. Where the hell did their son learn this dark crap? Yeah, I think it's the start of Yeah, I think they're trying to turn men against women and women against men. So we hate each other, I guess. I think it's to divide us even more. Even by genders, we're dividing against each other. So we don't unite, we don't try to come together. I thought Luke Skywalker got killed. Huh. I must have misunderstood. I thought I heard that they killed him or something. He was killed off. He was trying to train his daughter uh the way of the Force or something, and somehow he was killed in the last movie. But I might be wrong. I mean, I only watched the movie once, and I can't remember exactly what happened. Yeah, it's too bad because they could have really developed the character. Yeah, I think it's because I think the real character, the real actor who plays Luke Skywalker, he probably just didn't want to play it. He didn't want to be in the movie anymore, in the next movie. So they killed him off. So chicken crap. Plus, he hates Trump and all that. He's hates Donald Trump, and he's been very vocal about that. Something happened to him mentally. I think he really started to snap, mentally snapping. I don't know. Why would they want to make their own characters? Don't even call it Star Wars anymore. Just call it something else. Why don't you just call it, I don't know, Space Girls or something if it's all mostly women? I would just call it what it is Space Girls or Galactic Women or something, because it's all mostly women that are lead players in the movie. At least be appropriate with the labeling of it. Don't even put the Star Wars franchise on it. I wouldn't. It's insulting to people that like Star Wars because I say if it's not broke, don't fix it. And if you can't make any more sequels and you say just leave it alone and let it become like a legend and leave it alone, then I say just stop making sequels and just start with a fresh idea. Yeah, but they're going to lose their fans because they're completely destroyed the whole foundation. That's what I say. If you destroyed the foundation, it's not the house anymore. It's gone. You might as well just walk away. It's worse than a house fire. Because at least with a house fire, there's still a foundation. You can rebuild back on the foundation. Yeah, if they torn the foundation down, you can't build on it. If you killed off all the main characters and you replaced it with people that are social justice warriors, you can't build on that. I don't think you can. Just like Jesus says, you can't build a house on sand. See, they're building their house on sand and using the name Star Wars, and there's no foundation. What they need to do is just chuck the whole thing and just call it something else and build a new foundation on something else with different main characters and don't use the Star Wars name. Just they don't have any creativity anymore. It's just they have to satisfy a certain audience that thinks they're the majority and they're not. It's a small percentage of people that are crazy and they're given a voice like they're relevant. Yeah, yeah, it's a new audience. Yeah, I get it. Well, then whatever, they just pushed out the old fans that don't want to bother with it. Well, just say save your action figures from the original movie if you have the original action figures and just be nostalgic and just you know what? Just watch your old DVDs and from the Star Wars franchise when it first started and just live in that. It's fine. It's like the movie Titanic. They didn't make a Titanic. Wait, oh wait, I'm wrong. They made a Titanic too. I just corrected myself. Jack coming back. So funny. Isn't it called Jack's Back? Oh God, that's so stupid. And then, of course, Leonardo DiCaprio has Trump derangement syndrome too. So, all these stupid people with that disease. Yeah, I only liked it personally. I only liked the first Star Wars that they made, the original. I didn't really care for the other ones. I only liked the first one. Oh, did you see the remaining? Oh, re-imaging of Vader and Obi-Wan's fight? Uh-uh. I thought that was cool. In the beginning when Princess Leia was saying, and she used R2D2, and she simulated herself with a little computer thing, and she was like trying to find Obi-Wan Kenobi. I thought that was cool when I was a kid. I thought that was kind of cool. It was actually cool. It's nostalgic. See, the people that didn't live in, that weren't born in the 70s don't really understand what it was like when this was a new movie. It's part of our childhood, you know. We used to play in the dirt and stuff, right? And play with our action figures and play with GI Joe toys and strawberry shortcakes and that kind of stuff, right? Ride our big wheel and ride our bikes and stuff and buy candy, that kind of thing. Build bike ramps and shoot BB guns and stuff like that. Climb in the trees and stand on the roofs of cars. That was a long time ago. Hold on, let me get you a link. Oh, you see the mentioning Vader and Obi-Wan's fight. They had to re-image it. Eh. Well, what was wrong with the original version of it? Isn't it, I remember that pre-internet days. Also, I also like The Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, Leo has Trump derangement. Yeah, and he pushes this Green New Deal, the first new fighting and New Hope. Oh, huh. Yeah, I do like the scene where Darth Vader says that he's Luke Skywalker's father. I did like that part, and where he cut off Luke's hand. That was kind of trippy. It was pretty trippy. And actually, that's my boyfriend's favorite part too. Is when Darth Vader says, "I am your father," and he gets his hand chopped off, his hand cut off, and he gets that artificial hand put on there, and they have to use robots to put the hand on. It was kind of creepy, but oh, so you put the link up, huh? That's nice. Yeah, it's funny. You guys are all talking about Star Wars or whatever, and my boyfriend's like a huge Star Wars fan. But when they made the last movie, he didn't like it too much. He didn't like that one. He did buy the movie, the DVD, but he said he didn't care for it too much. It's not like the originals, nothing like it. And he has all the action. He used to have all the action figures, but he had to pawn them off because he needed the money. Sad though. I felt bad that he had to do that because those were his toys when he was a little boy, and he collected them when he was little. He used to. He said he would save up his money and buy Star Wars action figures. And sad that he had to pawn them off, and they didn't give him much money for them. And he had like all the original stuff, all the original figures. And I remember looking at them, it's like, oh, this is cool. But we got hard up for money and had to pawn him off. It really pissed me off because he really wanted to keep them, and he had this huge collection of them. Sucks. Uh, sad. When you get a few minutes, check out the fans are on Star Wars. He should live. I wish it like this man needs. Uh-huh. Yeah, my boyfriend's the big Star Wars fan. He loves Star Wars. Like if it's he'll watch it if it's on the TV, he'll watch it. If he put a movie in, he'll watch it immediately. Start watching it. Yeah. Oh, you talking about the action figures? Yeah, when you try to buy them, when you buy them brand new, they're not the same. Like the plastic that they make them out of are not the same. It's not the original designs. Like the faces and stuff are not as good. Yeah. Yeah, they are. They are worth a lot. And it's sad that he had to pawn off his original stuff from when he was a child. But we were homeless and we needed the money and we didn't have enough money for gas. And now we got nothing left to pawn off. Everything's been pawned off. Yeah, it's funny you guys bringing up Star Wars. My boyfriend's not in the he's not here right now. He just left. But he does love Star Wars and he would love to talk about Star Wars for hours and hours. Star Wars and the scenes of Star Wars. Yeah, of course they are. Yeah, I bought what's his name? Kylo Ren. I think I bought the toy of that for my son when that movie came out and they had the little action figures. It's not the same though as the original ones. The original little guy figures, the little stormtroopers and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's neat. Who was your favorite character on Star Wars in the movie Star Wars? Yeah. You know what? You say eBay has the originals. Oh, Darth Vader. Yeah, he's cool. I just don't like the way he was made. It was sad because when you see the story behind how he became Vader, it's sad because um his wife died and um he thought his babies died with her, but it turned out the babies got adopted out and then he became this freak. It's too bad because he could have raised his two babies and um trained them to be Jedis himself because he was a Jedi before he turned the dark side. 'Cause he got brainwashed by this evil piece of crap man. Oh, Jabba the Hutt. Oh yeah, that big blob guy is so funny. That's so funny. And this is totally my boyfriend's forte is Star Wars. Like he loves all the scenes. Yeah. Yeah, it's too bad. He could have raised his two kids, his two twin kids, and trained them to be Jedis. But instead they got raised by other people and but Luke did end up being a Jedi. And he did almost get tempted by his father, Darth Vader, to turn the dark side, but he rejected it, which is good because um I don't know what would have happened if he would have turned the dark side. It's just he didn't let it get to him like his dad did. His dad got brainwashed. Like some people, I guess, get brainwashed into doing things that aren't right because it's the easier way to go than go the hard way and get your ass kicked. Because if Darth Vader hadn't turned to the dark side, he probably would have been either killed or got his ass handed to him majorly by the dark side. By, what do you call it? The Darth Mauls or whatever. Because they did have the dominance and probably the better weapons, and there was more of them. There's all these dudes and these stormtroopers. And who knows what was underneath those stormtroopers, right? They're all non-player characters. They're funny though. Who was supposed to be his dad? It was supposed to be Vader. It was supposed to be somebody else. Maybe it was Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? It was supposed to be his real dad. And he was supposed to train him. He was like his long lost father. Something like that. But they changed the story around to be like more dramatic. Like, oh, your dad's like this crazy dictator type character that's got mind control or something. Oh, it seems like it would have been him because he taught him the ways of the Force. He trained him, and then there was that little guy that taught him too. Would you go to the store? Yeah, I'm still talking to people. Isn't that funny? Yeah, we're just talking about so funny. We're talking about Star Wars.
Important stuff.
Huh?
Important stuff.
Yeah, yeah, important stuff. Talking about Star Wars. And who was supposed to originally be um, what's his name? Luke Skywalker's real father in the story. Originally, it wasn't supposed to be Darth Vader. It was supposed to be somebody else. But they ended up picking Vader as his dad. Yeah, I told him that he used to have the Star Wars action figures, but you had to pawn them off because they needed the money. But you had most of the original toys from the '80s, but they're gone now because we needed the gas money. But it's okay. It's just stuff. Yeah, I can't remember what did they why did they kill off why did they kill off Darth Vader in the story? They got tired of him or something. Yeah, I haven't watched the movie in a long time, so I don't remember. I don't remember what happened. Oh, you had a bad mood. You were in a bad mood. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. It sucks. What happened? Well, I'm glad you're in a better mood. That's what matters. That you're not feeling as bad. And maybe this conversation has helped made you feel a little better, even if it is kind of a going in circles. We're talking about stuff that's kind of mixed up, not all in order. Well, yeah, if you're gonna if this made you happy, I'm glad. I'm glad it made you feel a little better. Oh, annoying people, yeah. Yeah, they do happen. Sometimes. Who was the annoying people? Just neighbors or something? Somebody bothering you? Some jerks or something. Sounds like it was probably a neighbor or something, huh? Someone who lives nearby. Someone who's being a jerk. Oh, just random people. Just random people. Oh, just everybody's being kind of a dick today. People everywhere. Yeah. Mm. Well, now that you're in a better mood, if you see those people, maybe you won't snap at them because you don't feel as angry. Yeah. Well, you got to talk about a few things, right? You got to talk about Star Wars stuff you like, so it made you feel a little better. So I don't know much about Star Wars. My boyfriend's a big Star Wars fan, but I do like the movies. I do. I admit I like the movies. Not as much as he does. He really likes them.
Not the new one.
No, he doesn't like the new one. He likes the older ones, but he does like them. So I'm just glad that you feel a little better and you're not as grumpy. I'm glad I could cheer you up. And I'm not a very good person at cheering people up. Trust me, I don't do that good. I have a hard time cheering myself up sometimes. Yeah, I had a good time too. 4 hours, almost 5 hours. Crazy. So I think whoever was spying on me and messing with my view count probably fell asleep a long time ago. Probably bored. Probably switched over to somebody else. Oh, this guy's asking me if you're gonna boycott episode number 9.
I'm not gonna watch it.
He said he's not gonna watch it. So I guess that's boycotting it if he's not gonna watch it.
all propaganda.
Yeah, he said it's full of
All the
propaganda.
all the men are bumbling idiots, and all the women are kick-ass women. It's all just stupid.
Yeah, I guess he's not gonna watch it. But he likes the older ones. The originals are good. He'll watch those. Like if you put the
It's
movie in, he'll
over
watch.
feminized. It's just crazy.
Yeah, he'll watch those. No problem. They shouldn't have strayed away from the formula. They should have just left it alone and just kept going with it. Just kept the original characters and maybe added a couple more people and that's about it. But keep it real simple. Yeah, it's like adding a bunch of ugly stepchildren in there. It'll work. Yeah, I guess that's true, and he ain't gonna watch it. Lots of other people aren't gonna watch it either, and they're probably gonna lose a lot of money. Well, then they better change their ways, or they're gonna go bankrupt. Or that franchise will go bankrupt at least. Well, good night, ABOK. Thank you for watching. Hope you have a better day tomorrow, and nobody messes with you and makes you upset. So it's a link to a fight scene between, was it, you said Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader? Oh, good night, Tommy Gunn. Is that, oh, Tommy Gunn. Well, good night. And I guess you won't be watching episode number 9. I guess. It's too bad.
Have a higher median household income than every other ethnic category in this country. Some of it has to do with DNA.
So who's still here? Oh, she's still trying to send the link to that. I don't even know how to send links to anything. You just have to take my word for it. So it's just Tommy Gunn and Avio Kid is still here. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure how that works. Oh, that's cool. I can see that. Okay, I can see who's here. That's cool. I like that. So you can actually see who's actually still there. You don't have to guess. At least it doesn't say somebody else is here. Somebody you don't want here that's watching. Someone that doesn't like you is watching. It says 3 people are still here. So it's us 3. Yeah, this is so long. You think it was like a house floor meeting. Well, I'm gonna say goodnight, you two. All right, and I'll see you maybe tomorrow if you want to come back on. And so I'm gonna post good night. Thanks for watching. Enjoy what's left of your night. It's pretty late. All right, good night. Thanks for watching. All right, well, bye.